Chapter 842. After a long delay, the storm finally arrived. It was as if a dense mass of air had suddenly been released. It was a hot night. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Rain pounded on the steam city. The ropes and rigging on the docks swayed and lashed at the ships moored at the docks and the sidewalls of the buildings on the shore. This was the first real storm that the steam city had faced in a long time, but the local gnomes reacted skillfully and professionally. Various small airships quickly descended to the ground and hid in the temporary open space under the rain, waiting for the weather to improve. The large airships could not hide in the rain, but they were temporarily transferred from the city to participate in the bandit suppression mission in the ring-shaped mountains. Fortunately, there was no need for shelter. Throughout the city, except for the sturdiest bridges and chains, all the other resiliently connected buildings had one end removed to prevent the wind from moving too fast and too far and breaking them. When the storm came, it was impossible to travel through the steam city. Inside the breakwater, in the narrow gaps between the ships, the water shook violently, but it could not form waves. The seawater that hit the ships outside the city had no such restrictions. The ships at the entrance of the Sea Urchin Thorn all gathered together to form a wall to protect the merchant ships inside. Large warships, tugboats, and ships that could not enter the breakwater sailed to a distant fjord to avoid being pushed to the outer wall of the port. Through one of the windows in the corridor of the temple, Stim's clone looked out for a moment before turning back to look at the emperor, who was still bound like a dumpling by his divine chains. There will be a storm even more powerful than this. The emperor could not speak or express his opinion. He could only nod. He was well aware of the cause of this storm. Even if Stim was not a god who controlled the divine titles of wind and storm, he could still use more divine power to change the weather if he wanted. Tonight, the steam city will implement a quota power supply system. Stim said. He was not trying to explain anything to the emperor, but just looking for someone to listen to. When there are 2 hourglasses, the communication equipment in the Dry Falls district will not work, and the suspension bridge there will be unlocked, so the residents living in that neighborhood will lose contact with the entire steam city for 2 hourglasses. That's enough, and even a little more time, the emperor said in his heart. However, he still couldn't say anything. Even if he didn't have any resistance to what he was going to do next, he might even be a little eager to give it a try. However, Stim still wouldn't let him speak. It was as if every word he said would offend this great god. As if he was walking a dog, Stim led the emperor into the rain, and their figures disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the center of the Dry Waterfall District. The Dry Waterfall District was a satellite town of the steam city. It was located at the top of a cliff 3 to 4 miles north of the city. The reason why it was named Dry Waterfall was because there was a waterfall on the cliff where the town was located. But as the city developed, the river was diverted by the dwarfs to the central water plant of Steam City, which was used for the daily drinking water of more than 1 million dwarfs. Some civilians still remained in the Dry Waterfall District. Most of them would use the suspension bridge to walk down the cliff and take the train to the factories in the steam city to work. Due to the fact that the dry cliffs were suitable for rock climbing, there were also some gnomes who sought thrills and weren't very keen on virtual games who moved here from the city one after another so that they could enjoy all sorts of extreme sports. The official population of this town was more than 20,000, but a quarter of them probably didn't live here all year round. So when Stim used his divine power to investigate, he found that the population of the Dry Waterfall District was only about 10,000. The others must have received the storm warning and returned to their residences in the city to spend the night before the suspension bridge was dismantled. "Let me see what you can do again," Stim said as he shook the divine chains. The emperor's hands were immediately freed so that he could cast spells. After that, the god still didn't say a word as he stared at the storm clouds rolling toward the steam city. It seemed that he didn't care if the emperor was going to do something or attack him from behind. "As you wish," the emperor said in his heart. He turned his back to Stim and stretched out two palms that glowed with a pale blue light. Like fireflies flashing with a strange light, clusters of cold lines shot out from his fingertips. This was the soul cocoon that the emperor had created using the souls of the tribulation generals. Each of the tribulation generals was his apprentice, and they each inherited a part of the emperor's knowledge and power. But as their teacher, the emperor didn't choose to share much of his knowledge with his apprentices. The soul cocoon sank into the ground and then gathered into a gurgling stream that rushed to the various houses in the dry waterfall district. The residents who didn't realize the danger were soon all entangled by these soul parasites that specialized in possession. The soul cocoon broke in their bodies, and their weak mortal souls were instantly squeezed out of their bodies and fell into a state of confusion. Of course, this was only a temporary trance state. Even though the emperor's magic power was profound, he still could not erase the connection between the souls and the bodies of all the dwarfs by performing soul cocoon possession on more than 10,000 people at the same time. If no one interfered, the souls would return to their bodies in another half an hourglass. At the same time, they would also digest the soul worms that had just hatched from the soul cocoon. It was just that Stim had helped him out. After the emperor finished his work, the god of virtual games tossed out a divine artifact that he carried with him. This strange object that looked like a metal furnace floated in the air and emitted rays of brilliant light. Under the guidance of the light, the souls of the dwarfs that were hovering outside their bodies all floated towards this strange object. Like a kettle that was slowly filling up, the metal furnace became heavier and heavier as it contained more and more souls. It landed on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the stone tiles on the ground. When the last soul entered, a large cloud of steam suddenly spewed out from the top of the metal furnace. The gears embedded in it started to operate, and electricity flowed through the buried wires. The souls were stripped of impurities such as self and became purer, infinitely reaching the level of petitioners. "Upload new life," Stim muttered. Then, the metal furnace disappeared from the ground. "The monster is out of the cage," the emperor commented in his mind as he watched everything that happened in the dry waterfall district. Chapter 843. The Nephrimon Dis was the first to charge into the storm. It used its fearless spirit and huge body to set an example for the following troops. In fact, it did much more than that. Thanks to the biofurnace created by the Leviathan transformation and the thermonuclear reactor installed by the master engineer Shay, it could release surging heat to the outside world with extremely high power. The heat rose and continued to resist the sinking cold air, dispersing the tornadoes that always wanted to appear in the path of the flying ships and the fleet. Even if it was not enough to resist the change in weather due to the intervention of the gods, in a sense, the Nephrimon Dis still provided sufficient shelter for the advancing troops. It was only in such a storm that the fleet could continue to sail towards Dwarf Island. On the surface of the sea, the leading ship was a giant aircraft carrier called the Eastern Mighty Might. If the Nephrimon Dis embodied the power of Leviathan's biological technology, then it was the naked symbol of the power of machinery. The power provided by 16 super-large turbocharged engines allowed the steel giant ship to maintain a speed of 20 knots. The 30-foot-tall waves were not even half the height of the ship's side. The expeditionary force of King's Landing City was invincible and unstoppable as it rushed towards the enemy's lair. Every soldier who belonged to the battle sequence remembered their mission: to kill the emperor who brought damage to the scale of perpetual order and punish the false god Stim who was in cahoots with him. They did not doubt the rationality of this war, just as they did not doubt that they would win. When they were about 30 miles away from Dwarf Island, The bridge control tower of the Eastern Mighty might reported to the fleet that they were about to approach the enemy's territory. On the deck of the steel ships behind, ironwood totem poles about 6 feet in diameter and 12 feet in height rose. According to the flow of the previous drill, the elemental shamans on the ships removed the seals in order to inject magic into these large totem poles. More than 300 elemental shamans worked together. On average, each totem pole stored the magic accumulated by 10 elemental shamans for more than 30 days. As the seals were removed, the totem poles linked with each other and released energy equivalent to tens of thousands of elemental shamans casting spells at the same time. As a result, the vast sea was instantly tamed by the fleet. Every drop of seawater was an ally of the monarch's Descent City army. The sea, which had become violent due to the storm, became calm as it approached the fleet. The monstrous waves that swept over from afar only left behind ripples when they reached this place. There was nothing that could escape the elemental surveillance and launch a sneak attack on the fleet, such as the tens of thousands of monsters that were hiding at the bottom of the sea. There's something under the water. The elemental shamans on each ship who were in charge of the totem poles noticed this almost at the same time. They immediately used the communication devices they carried with them to gather information from the command tower. Not long after, every ship received feedback. The command tower authorized them to launch a wave of free attack, target 300 feet below the surface of the sea. Countdown to the deployment of clustered depth charges. Those folded mechanical arms suddenly stretched out from the deck of the ship. In the blink of an eye, the steel ships of Monarch's Descent City looked like floating water demons. Below the deck, the sailors were busy hanging the clustered depth charges from the ammunition hold onto the hooks of the transmission device. The electric motor buzzed, and the bombs were pulled onto the mechanical arm one by one. Then, they fell into the sea with a plop. After about 10 breaths, the clustered depth charges dived to the predetermined depth. Under the pressure of the seawater, the pressure detonators inside the bombs were activated. The various alchemy potions mixed together and suddenly exploded into balls of fire. Because the bombs were designed in a cluster, smaller bombs were ejected from the body of the bombs and continued to cause destruction outside the radius of the explosion. Violent shock waves rampaged under the surface of the sea. And because the sea had been tamed by the elemental power, these shock waves strangely did not rush to the surface of the sea. This also caused the shock waves to be more intense in the horizontal direction and transmitted to the bottom of the sea. Therefore, the ships floating on the surface of the sea were not affected. Only the monsters hidden under the sea suffered all the damage from this chain of explosions. The explosions were so violent, so much so that although there were a large number of monster remains that had been torn into pieces, kneaded into dough shapes, and folded into the shape of a fried dough twist floating on the surface of the sea, the surviving monsters still emerged from the surface of the sea and roared in an unknown language as they launched what could be called a suicide attack on the steel ships. Only then did the observers of the fleet see the true appearance of these monsters. They are like monsters with legs and hands. Their bodies are grayish-brown. There is a big mouth on their faces that is filled with rows of intersecting teeth. It occupies the most important part of the ball-shaped body of this creature. They have no weapons in their hands, but the tips of their claws are shining with a metallic luster. According to the flame reaction experiments conducted on their remains, their claws contain calcium. In the form of radio waves, this information was transmitted from the analysis center of the command tower to every ship. Next, escalator-like conveyor belts rose from the decks of the ships. The wood golems that had been activated by the elemental shamans at the bottom of the warehouse stepped on the steps of the conveyor belt and were transported up one by one. They lined up neatly, walked to the side of the ship, and lightly jumped, and then landed on the sea surface. These wood golems were about the size of an ordinary person. Their appearance was a bit rough, as if they were pieced together with the leftovers of a furniture factory. But in fact, the material used to make the wood golems was dense and fine-grained wood, and in the process of making them, it was necessary to sprinkle a lot of rare alchemy powder and mashed herbs. The trade channels of the scale of perpetual order were wide enough, and many raw materials could be obtained at cost price. But to make a wood golem that could fight, it still cost about 30 disaster coins. And in the magic puppet shop in Sigil City, the usual retail price of a wood golem was more than 300 disaster coins. However, the price was dependent on the quality. These war machines that were carved from rare wood and then assembled into a seemingly rough human shape, and then hinged with 4 limbs could not only rely on their mutated legs to perfectly adapt to water combat, but they could also be used as a platform to carry many weapons on the water. Each wood golem had a thick right arm, which contained a small boiler used to drive the steam crossbow. Before they were made, they were implanted with the specialty of being proficient in aiming by spellcasters. There was almost no need to deliberately aim. These wood golems could easily find the movement trajectory of the swimming monsters, and then they would shoot an arrow, which had a high probability of hitting the enemy's head. And in the face of close combat, their arms, which were the same size as a normal person and held a cold iron sword, were like cheating. Under the joint action of the hinges, mortise and tenon structure, and the spherical joints, this arm could not only rotate more than 270 degrees, but it also had an amazing speed. Even if the enemy dodged the wood golem's shot when facing it directly, they would still hit a curtain of swords. Chapter 844. You didn't expect them to do that, Stim said, his face ashen as he stared into the depths of the sea from the edge of an uninhabited cliff in the Dry Falls district. The god had already seen the rows of Bayan pygmy monsters leaping into the dark waters from the edge of the cliff before using their webbed feet to push against the water as hard as they could across clumps of gravel and rocks, over protruding rocks and seaweed growing on old ship hulls, and over the seawater filled with the smell of diesel near the sea urchin Spike's wharf as they swam into the distance and were slaughtered. Those aren't scales, but some kind of hard scab, the emperor replied calmly. He had just realized that the god of virtual games had restored his ability to speak. Now, he used the calm tone that he often used when he was still a researcher in Demon Fall, and replied concisely, I'm referring to the creations that you call Bai and gnomes. They are covered with a layer of scale-like armor. Naturally, to create a new species, even with the participation of the gods, it would take at least hundreds of years for it to be finalized. And the entire race of Bai and pygmies that I modified had only lived for 2 hourglasses. They are weak in every aspect, and that's actually very normal. Stim glared at him, but the emperor continued to speak with fervor, with no intention of stopping to explain. It's just that the surviving Bai and pygmies are undergoing irreversible evolution. It's so weak that you might not have noticed it, but evolution is evolution. As long as there's enough population size and enough external pressure, evolution will eventually manifest itself as external changes, and life will always find a way out for itself. To be honest, the emperor's words were not false. The Bai and pygmies that were fighting against the wood golems were indeed evolving at an astonishing rate. Some of the injured Bai and pygmies that were lucky enough to survive would feed on the corpses of their companions. As they replenished their energy, their wounds would gradually heal, and the weak factors that allowed them to survive would also be magnified to varying degrees. In fact, the evolution had already begun after they were attacked by the depth charges. The Bai and pygmies that survived the shockwave all developed hard scabs on their skin to weaken the impact of the explosion. But that was just a common evolution. What was even more unbelievable was that the Bai and pygmies themselves were evolving differently as they fought against the wood golems. The Bai and pygmies that relied on emergency braking or sudden swerving to avoid being shot by the wood golem's steam crossbows had their fins growing in size. The Bai and pygmies that were injured in exchange for avoiding a headshot either had their brains gradually spread to other parts of their body, or their hard scabs turned into real armor. The reason for this phenomenon is because their souls haven't fully adapted to their bodies and the soul cocoons that I've bestowed upon them. But the Bai and pygmies is in pygmy and pygmies and Bai and pygmy SSS pygmy SSS est, or perhaps before all the evolutions to facilitate combat were finalized, these pitiful fellows would all fall at the hands of those wood demon statues. Chapter 845. Other than the basic function of killing, some of the ice elementals summoned by the elemental cannonballs also had the important mission of collecting samples. They would not directly eradicate the gnomes by strangling them. Instead, they would turn into an ice coffin and encase them within their bodies. Every time such a mission was completed, these ice elementals would quickly move towards the flagship of King's Landing City, the Eastern Mighty Might. They would be salvaged by the sailors on the deck and then transported to the bottom floor of the bridge control tower. There, Snyder had temporarily built a cabin for himself as a special laboratory during wartime. Of course, this laboratory was for public use. The great engineer Shay and the ogre shaman Paru would also appear here to assist the Demolik in his research. In other words, the gnomes that were sent here to be experimented on were unfortunately subjected to 3 different types of torture. From a certain point of view, compared to their kind that were directly killed, their fate was even more tragic. However, since they were no longer natural creatures, but monsters that had almost lost their self-awareness, moral standards no longer applied to them. The first to experiment was always Paru. Actions speak louder than words was the nature of the ogres. Snade used magic to help him control the ice elementals to thaw them. This way, the ogre shaman could skip the step of cutting open the ice coffin. He first grabbed the 6 gnomes and fixed them on 6 stainless steel dissection tables. To prevent the samples from struggling, Snade and Shay used magic and anesthetic gas to make the 3 monsters fall into a deeper sleep. Next, accompanied by the buzzing sound of an electric wheel saw, Paru began his work. Due to his talent in biological dissection, even though he had only read some illustrations of the gnome's body structure through observation, they had already guessed that these new monsters might have originally been gnomes. Paulu's technique was still very mature when it came to dissecting the gnomes. Not only did he not break any of the sample's bones, but he also dissected the muscles, organs, nerves, and bones of the gnomes and kept the samples alive. Even with Shay's life support equipment and the help of the Demolika's magic, it was not easy to achieve this. This required the dissection speed and the dexterity of the fingers of the surgeon to be extremely high. Even Snade, the legendary archmage of the school of necromancy who often conducted vivisection experiments, had to admit that he was not confident that he could ensure the survival of the experimental subjects after the first dissection of a brand new species, let alone the survival of all 6 experimental subjects. These new monsters are the same as the ones I've dissected before. They all have the characteristics of Ramsey creatures. They're not interplanar creatures. After completing the autopsy, Paru poured the blood, muscle tissue, and small pieces of nerves from each corpse into a small golden cauldron and quickly boiled it into a paste using a gas lamp. Then, he used many straws to drip them into the glass bottles containing different voodoo potions for testing. The potions in the glass bottles still maintained their original color, which meant that the monster created by the Emperor was not a magical creature or a creature from another plane. Incredible! Shay, the wondrous craftsman, could not help but sigh. If the Emperor had created a creature from another plane or a magical creature that could adapt to the climate, microbes, and other environments of this plane, it wouldn't have been difficult. But instead, he created a mediocre native creature. This is not a skill that mortals should have. Generally speaking, apart from natural evolution, the only existence that can create such a creature can only be a god. If a layman were to hear Shay's words, they might be confused. However, because the other two subjects were true experts in their respective fields, they also had a deep understanding of Shay's words. Creating a creature was not rare. Among the various magical creatures and interplanar creatures in the multiverse, and even the elemental creatures without flesh and blood, many were the experimental products of powerful mages. But so far, apart from the Emperor who could create monsters in batches, there should not be any mortals who had successfully created a native creature that could perfectly adapt to a material plane. Apart from nature itself, only certain gods could accomplish such a feat of creation. And generally speaking, they had to be extremely powerful gods, because they could create intelligent creatures that could adapt to the material plane. They could naturally and easily become the gods of those creatures. As long as those creatures multiplied enough, they could easily become a great god. And this is only in the Ramsey plane. If he really has the ability to create new races of monsters in a similar way in other planes, then it would be a piece of cake for the Emperor to become a powerful god. Sneyd also commented, but it is precisely for this reason that since the scales of eternal order have become enemies with him, then we have to completely eliminate this hidden danger. After a rational analysis, although the three experts had different starting points, Paru and Sneyd purely considered that instead of leaving a powerful enemy for the scales of eternal order and keys, it was better to nip the hidden danger in the bud as soon as possible. Shay had previously discovered that the Emperor's technique of creating monsters seemed to have applied some of the chaotic characteristics of the illusionary snake race. Out of the eternal will of resistance left from ancient times, he had to oppose the rise of the Emperor, but they still reached a consensus. After completing the dissection and confirming the characteristics of the monster, the following work was mainly led by Sneyd. The steampunk Demolic began to cast spells. They had dissected many kinds of monsters before and found some mechanisms used by the Emperor to control them. Each of the Calamity Generals created by the Emperor was equivalent to a signal relay station for the Emperor. He had 10 Calamity Generals. In theory, he could use 10 different ways to control these monsters: pheromones, sound, light, electromagnetic waves, etc. But the Emperor was resurrected with the help of the Calamity Generals, and Sneyd and the others had not encountered any monsters under the control of the Calamity Generals. I'm inclined to think that this is a new behavior mechanism. After checking the organs of each experimental body with spells, Sneyd confirmed that these monsters were not controlled by spells and put forward his own speculation. Because there are no Calamity Generals under the Emperor's command, the monsters created so far may be like the golems. After the Emperor instills the basic knowledge and mission goals into them, the rest is completely dependent on their own judgment to deal with. But without precise control, if the Emperor wants to complete his goal, won't it become a matter of probability? Only when enough intelligent creatures are transformed into monsters can the Emperor be closer to completing the mission. Shay asked. From the Emperor's point of view, the only reasonable solution is to transform as many dwarfs on Dwarf Island as possible into monsters. But will Stim really agree with him? I mean, is that God the god of the dwarfs? Chapter 846. You really don't intend to do anything? Looking at the god of virtual games, Stim, who had his back to him, the Emperor asked nonchalantly, after all, 20,000 new petitioners in your divine realm may not be of good quality, but the welcome change in numbers would definitely compensate for the reluctance and sorrow in your heart as the god of the dwarfs. Even if his core divinity was virtual games, the divinity of dwarfs would still affect him in some way. Stripping away the lives of more than 20,000 dwarfs even if it wasn't killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. And even if the souls of those dwarves would obtain eternal life in the virtual server of their kingdom in the form of some special petitioners, Stim still felt a little sad. Tears had already seeped out of his clone's eyes, but were immediately wiped away by divine power. Now that you mention it, it really is. Stim, who had his back to the Emperor, grinned viciously. Divine power instantly appeared in his hand, and a thunderbolt that was created out of thin air was instantly transmitted to the Emperor through the chain. Additional special petitioners, increased divine power. Perhaps the quality isn't good enough, but the quantity is worth celebrating. Fortunately, Stim at least maintained his rationality and didn't use all of the gratifying increase in power on the Emperor. Staring at the Wufu dwarfs that were almost slaughtered on the distant sea, the god raised his palm. He wanted to use divine power to bless those unclean monsters. He wanted to create a suitable battlefield for them. I advise you not to do so. Smoke came out of the Emperor's mouth, and because his vocal cords were burned by the thunderbolt, his voice was a little hoarse. Life will find a way out for itself. Only by going through enough training could they become stronger. Moreover, the spellcasters of King's Landing City have used elemental magic to complete the transformation of this region of the sea. Rather than wasting your energy to create an advantage for the Wufu dwarfs, you might as well look for the next Dry Falls district. The best way is to provide more samples for the evolution. Stim turned his head abruptly and glared at the Emperor. Affected by the god's emotions, the air seemed to have turned into steel and began to squeeze the Emperor from all directions, as if to grind him into a pile of meat paste. You even promised that converting the residents of the Dry Waterfall district would be enough to resist the fleet of the scale of perpetual order. If all the residents of Steam City are converted, who will control the defense equipment? Hee hee. The Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. Coupled with his hoarse voice, he sounded like a jackal. He used his laughter to disperse the air that was squeezing him, and his entire person seemed to have changed from his previous submissive appearance. Error. It's just an error. Ha ha ha. Since you've already asked, you must have already predicted the worst-case scenario in your mind. Or rather, the upper limit of what can be accepted. The heart of the god of virtual games, Stimuli, felt a chill. He suddenly realized that he had become a gambler, sitting in front of a gambling table, unable to turn back after his first bet. Unless he could win this bet, there was no need for him to take the risk. This time, although he realized that he had been deceived, he did not waste his divine power to punish the Emperor who had deceived him. He pressed his palm down. The Dome District, Stimuli said coldly after casting the spell. The residents there have all fallen into a deep slumber. The population is more than 150,000. They are all craftsmen or business families that have business ties with the Ramsey continent. Many of them have profited from the exchange of crystal coins, and now it's their turn to repay Dwarf Island. Think what you will, the Emperor replied, bowing his head. Then his body slipped into the void, and the chain formed from divine power followed him to the center of the Dome District. The Emperor stood on top of a landmark called the Steam Dome. Gears and levers driven by steam were constantly moving around it, forming a complex clock structure. The dwarves who lived in this district could often tell the time by looking at the scale of the rotating roof when they opened their windows to look at the steam dome. On the hour, the chimney of the steam dome would emit white steam amidst a series of sirens. Lucky gamblers will only leave when they lose everything, the Emperor thought to himself. Countless soul cocoons that looked like fireflies and shone with a faint green light surged out of his sleeves. They entered the buildings in the Dome District through the cracks in the doors and windows. They would find the dwarves who had been hypnotized by the gods and possess them. Not long after, The same thing that happened in the dry waterfall district was repeated in the dome district. Souls were separated from the bodies of the dwarves and floated in the air. They stacked on top of each other, forming a dreamlike scene. Perhaps it was because there were too many souls gathered in this place, forming a large, hazy fog. In the end, the fog and the souls were all sucked into Stimuli's divine artifact, completing the process of uploading a new life. "Those little monsters have been cleaned up," Blue the ogre said to his brother. Nalu, the commander of the expedition launched by the scale of perpetual order from King's Landing City, was this brawny ogre. Even though the size of the three ogre brothers was taken into consideration, the bridge command room of the Eastern Might was designed to be spacious enough. However, Nalu still had to use the transformation bracelet that Snade had specially made for him to shrink his body to the size of his brother. Only then could he stay in the bridge. The reason why Keyes gave him the command of this expedition was mainly because of his title, Weapon Master. The scale of perpetual order had already dabbled in the field of weapon creation. In this war, he would be able to test those weapons in actual combat. The best candidate to lead this experiment was undoubtedly Nalu the Ogre, who was an avid combat enthusiast and was familiar with the characteristics of various weapons. Order the fleet to prepare to launch the ballistic missiles and the landing ships to charge. Inform the Nepherman Dis to prepare to airdrop the signal coordinates to Steam City. Everyone get ready. Nalu turned his head from the spiritual spell visual projection on the bridge and loudly ordered a team of kobold messengers from the Dragon Clan, who were standing upright, including those secret attack weapons. Throw them all into this siege and landing battle. We don't want to use those tactics to add fuel to the fire. Since we are going to fire the first shot, let's make it loud and clear. Chapter 847. Missile launchers rose from the steel ships, and all the missiles were aimed at the direction of the Steam City. The first missile shot out with a long flaming tail and hit the breakwater of the port of the Steam City. Hundreds of missiles followed soon after. On average, they were hit by a missile every 10 yards or so. The energy in the alchemy potion suddenly burst out and blew the solid concrete into pieces. When the missiles rose into the air, 7 or 8 landing ships with strange bows suddenly separated from the fleet. When they reached the edge of the range of the Steam City's coast defense cannons, their bows suddenly tilted forward, revealing the cabins of the 3 decks. The magic lines in the cabin immediately lit up, and the hovercraft, which was already full of warriors, flew out of the cabin like a sharp arrow. They spread out in the shape of a fan, with jagged edges. It was as if a murderer had opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and lunged at the port where the shell of the Steam City had been knocked off. Each hovercraft was manned by an elemental shaman. With the help of the magic array branded on the bottom of the ship, they could summon dozens of strong air elementals at once. These elementals carried the hull of the ship and made it float above the sea. With this design, the ships could ignore the terrain to a certain extent even if they were on land. In addition to the elemental shamans, each hovercraft also carried 30 fully armed polar bearmen or camel warriors. These powerful warriors were wearing the latest model of fanatic armor and holding electric assault rifles that could shoot spikes. The muzzles were also equipped with axe-shaped bayonets suitable for close combat. Under the protection of the external armor, as long as the hovercraft was not hit by the coast defense cannons, they would not be in any danger during the landing process. Once they set foot on Dwarf Island, the danger to the enemy would come from this group of strong warriors who were full of fighting spirit. To coordinate with the landing of the hovercraft, the airships hovering in the sky made the corresponding arrangements. The doors of the Leviathan airships opened, and the winged Eddard kobolds jumped out in rows, each carrying an aerial bomb. They swooped down to the coast defense cannons, then pulled the fuses and let the big guns in their hands fall from the sky. There was no prelude. The continuous rumbling of explosions immediately played the strongest movement of this landing battle. The entire steam city was shaken by the explosion. Many of the pygmy guards in the city had to take some courage potions to be able to guard their posts with peace of mind. After the coastal defense cannons were destroyed, the steam-powered tanks became the second target of Eddie's aerial forces. Due to the severity of the damage, the dwarf commander had no choice but to cancel the order for the tanks to assemble. He could only order the mechanical chocobo riders to use the streets as cover to approach the hovercraft that had already washed ashore. Ignore the vehicles, prioritize the living targets. In the public channel of the mechanical chocobo riders, the commander gave his orders. After that, he could only hope that this weapon, which had been invented hundreds of years ago and optimized by generations of gnome craftsmen, would be able to reverse the disadvantageous situation he was in. However, when the confident mechanical chocobo riders locked onto their targets and pulled the trigger, they were shocked to find that the once invincible machine guns were useless in front of the mad armor. After being upgraded dozens of times by Snade, the current fanatic armor was not only an exoskeleton system that could increase the wearer's strength and agility with the help of the biomass muscles, but it was also a true armor. The outer tempered ceramic modular plate armor was not only cheap to build and had a reasonable weight, but it was also as sturdy as Bartholomew's iron. Not to mention, when every piece of modular plate armor was put together, it formed two sets of special protection with completely different mechanisms. One layer was a magical protection, mainly to protect the wearer from curses and enchantment spells. The other layer was a damping force field designed by Shea and implemented with the technology of the wondrous craftsman. It was used to withstand the attacks of metal kinetic weapons. What the hell? Bullets can't even penetrate their armor. In an instant, a mixture of exclamations and curses filled the public channel of the mechanical chocobo riders. They found that only 2 or 3 bullets hitting the same spot could penetrate the force field around the zealot armor of the polar bear warriors or camel warriors. The force field would automatically reflect the attack once the bullets hit the same spot. But even if the force field was broken, the bullets with little kinetic energy would only be able to scratch the paint coating when they hit the hard modular armor. What was even more terrifying was that after seeing the strongest shield, the Mad Warriors also showed the mechanical chocobo riders what the strongest spear was. They pulled the triggers of the electric rifles in their hands, and the high-energy batteries released electricity to create an electric field that propelled the metal spikes out of the gun barrels. Due to their size, even without the mad armor, the polar bearmen and camel warriors were like small giants in front of the gnome mechanical chocobo riders. The electric assault rifles in the hands of the mad warriors were no different from electric assault cannons to the mechanical chocobo riders. As long as one of the spikes hit the mechanical chocobo, the gnome's strongest land vehicle would be destroyed in an instant. The lucky riders would be ejected out of the cockpit in time, and to conserve ammunition, the Mad Warriors would usually not fire back at them. The unlucky riders, on the other hand, would end up in the same state as the mechanical chocobo that was smashed into pieces by the spikes, and subsequently exploded. If the enemy soldiers all wear such armor and hold such powerful weapons, then there's no need to fight this battle. Seeing the invincibility of the Mad Warriors on the battlefield, whether it was the gnome mechanical chocobo riders on the front lines or the commanders in the rear, they all had the same thought in their minds. Of course, they were worrying too much. The latest generation of Mad Warrior armor and electric assault rifles were not cheap goods. Even with the wealth of the scale of Perpetual Order, they could not afford to equip all their soldiers with such equipment. Only over 200 of the polar bearmen and camel warriors who had been selected with the best skills and tactics were qualified to be the Mad Warriors this time. Their mission was to charge head-on, intimidate the enemy on the battlefield, and be responsible for attracting the enemy's attention. And the reason why they did this was naturally to coordinate with the other forces. The number of aerial bombs dropped by the Eddard Cobalt Air Force was so large that many of them did not explode after landing. The gnomes thought that they were some duds, but in reality, after landing, the bombs would release a large amount of alchemical solvent that emitted a strange smell. They were actually a special kind of pudding. These mud-shaped creatures were specially coated by magic, and after coming into contact with the ground, they would spread outwards according to a certain pattern. As they spread, they would corrode the ground and leave marks on it. Within a dozen breaths, these marks would connect into one. At the same time, the pudding would instantly ignite under the effect of the spell, activating these seemingly disorderly marks that were actually spell runes. The beacon has been established, the teleportation circle has been completed. The Leviathan airship, Nephremon Dis, hovering high in the sky, sent a signal to the Eastern Mighty Might. Chapter 848. Magic flames rose, and 35 teleportation portals suddenly opened. Due to the limited materials, they could only last for about half an hourglass. However, this didn't hinder the enthusiasm of the soldiers who had unsheathed their swords and loaded their weapons. Attention, everyone! Follow your captain closely because of the rune disc tied to his hand. Only he knows the direction of your attack. Next, everyone, line up and charge. In front of the portal on each steel ship, the pre-war mobilization order from the bridge sounded from the loudspeakers. The boorish voice of the ogre reached the ears of every warrior who was ready to attack without any hindrance. This mobilization was only to reiterate some precautions and didn't boost morale at all. In his opinion, with the power of this elite army, it was only a matter of time before they won the battle of the city. If they couldn't defeat the gnomes in Steam City, that would be the biggest joke in the world. With nervous steps, groups of polar bearmen and hunchback warriors swarmed out of the teleportation portal. They were organized in standard 10-man squads. Every 10 squads formed a 100-man squad, which was led by a centurion. Several elemental shamans formed a magic unit and followed the centurions as advisors. Within half an hourglass of the opening of each portal, 10 100-man squads would pass through the portal. All the centurions were in contact with their division commanders through a magic communication device. For the sake of tactical security, although the division commanders were also in these 10 100-man teams, and they were equipped with the rapid gearing fanatic armor, which was even more advanced than the landing commandos. They wore the same uniforms as ordinary soldiers. Other than the division commanders' personal guards and the 10 centurions, no one could recognize the highest commander of the division. However, there were always exceptions. For Wulfgar's honor, for the Thunder Bear. The polar bearmen soldiers who walked out of the 33rd portal all shouted this slogan because their division commander was the famous Thunder Bear, the son of the polar bearmen's chief, Wulfgar. Moreover, no matter how hard he tried to hide, Wulfgar's body size, which was at least 1/3 larger than an ordinary polar bearman, and his thunderous voice couldn't be hidden at all. Thus, Wulfgar didn't plan on hiding himself. After passing through the portal, he immediately put on his fanatic armor. The black and white ceramic armor modules were quickly put on. Wulfgar appointed himself as the vanguard of the army. After locking onto the target on the runic disc, he immediately gave the order, "Light and heavy weapons, charge straight at the target." After saying that, Wulfgar took the lead and rushed out. There was a wall not far in front of him. He didn't even raise his arm to protect his helmet. He directly smashed a big hole in the brick wall. Behind him, the polar bear warriors roared and quickly followed. Like an erupting mountain torrent, they pierced through all the obstacles in front of them, like melted candles. All the dwarves living in the Dome district stood upright on the ground. Their hair fell all over the ground, and their facial features drooped, not as lively as before. This was because after being parasitized by the Emperor's soul cocoon, their souls had all been expelled from their bodies. The weak soul, worms that occupied their bodies, could only evolve into design monsters and couldn't take on any other redundant responsibilities. They've become instant beasts, the Emperor explained to Stim, who appeared behind him out of nowhere, while looking at his creations with satisfaction. It means that they can explode with powerful destructive power in an extremely short period of time. All their power comes from their future selves. Dwarves can usually live for more than 300 years. If all their future life force is gathered in the next half an hourglass, even if the loss is as high as 99%, they can produce a group of unbelievably powerful berserkers. Reality proved that the Emperor indeed understood his monsters very well. Using the word berserker to describe the transformed instant beasts was simply the most appropriate. Although they were motionless like candles at first, when they felt the slightest vibration, they would instantly go berserk. Steam would come out of their nostrils and ears, and the knotted muscles under their darkened skin would constantly twitch. Is this a dwarf that uses giant transformation? While charging forward, Wulfgar was forcefully pushed back by an animal that was about the same size as him. He looked at the large humanoid creature that appeared in front of him with some surprise. At this time, the Thunder Bear still hadn't realized that this was actually a monster. He only thought that the opponent might be a dwarf spellcaster that used giant transformation on him from the head that was disproportionately large to the body. Wulfgar raised the battle axe with his left hand. As he pressed the switch, the chainsaw attached to the blade of the axe began to hum and spin rapidly under the drive of the motor. The instant beast in front of him let out a roar and pounced at him with open arms. The war chief's son's face that was wrapped in the helmet of the berserker armor revealed a ferocious smile. He raised his right hand that was holding the electromagnetic assault rifle. Bang! 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 No one said that guns couldn't be used in close combat. Moreover, Wulfgar didn't want the enemy to hinder his attack. The sharp nails shot out 3 times in a row, all of which hit the instant beast's broad body and sent the monster flying in an instant. As its life faded away, the instant beast was like a punctured balloon and quickly turned back into a normal-sized dwarf. As expected, however, before Wulfgar could continue to charge forward, a few instant beasts that heard the commotion broke through the surrounding walls and once again surrounded the polar bearman. So many dwarf spellcasters? No, since they can cast spells, why would they use giant transformation to rush up and fight hand-to-hand? So, this should be a new kind of monster. Wulfgar, who had just reacted, could only raise his chainsaw battle axe to kill an instant beast that pounced on him while using the electromagnetic assault rifle to shoot at the monsters, because he was powerful and was wearing the berserker armor. Even if he was besieged by the instant beasts, Wulfgar still didn't fall into a disadvantage. However, the other polar bearmen and camel warriors weren't so lucky. Faced with enemies that were similar in size and strength, but shockingly large in number, the king and Stim had turned all the residents of the dome area into instant beasts. Even if the failure rate was terrifyingly high, they still managed to create tens of thousands of instant beasts in one go. The polar bearmen and camel warriors that were only equipped with the low-spec berserker armor and firearms instantly fell into a bitter battle, calling for backup from the tower. Calling for backup from the tower. A new type of monster has been discovered. Currently, its characteristics are: with the high mobility granted by the berserker armor, Wulfgar attacked left and right, trying his best to reduce the pressure on his own soldiers. However, the situation of increasing casualties was still unavoidable. He could only ask for backup from the fleet's command center. many of the commanders were doing the same thing as him. Chapter 849. Neferman Dis, the radio carried the message sent from the bridge of the Eastern Xiongwei and transmitted to a giant airship at the top of the sky. There were no aviation troops on this airship because he was a Leviathan himself. I already know what you want to say. Now, do you authorize me to carry out the punishment operation? Just give me the word. Authorization approved, Nera said in a deep voice. Then, the ogre walked out of the command room and came to the deck of the Eastern Xiongwei. All of his storm exoskeleton equipment had been repaired by hundreds of mechanics. The steam ejector equipment had been compressed and loaded. On the spacious deck, the ogre was able to restore his huge body. First, he stepped his huge feet into the 2 mechanical boots of the mech. Then, under the effect of the spell, the remaining mech modules spread out on the deck quickly completed the automatic assembly and attached to Nalu's body. With a thunderous rumble, the storm mech was instantly pushed out of the deck of the Eastern Xiongwei by a chain driven by high-pressure steam. In midair, the storm mech's body lit up with a bright anti-gravity rune array. Then, Nero controlled the 2 metal arms of the weapon and swung them backward. 2 spheres suddenly appeared at the tips of the 3 mechanical claws. Like a falcon swooping down from the sky to hunt, the storm mech crossed the sea in an instant and fell from the sky into the area of the Steam City, where a new type of monster was reported. When it landed, more than a dozen cannon barrels appeared on the body of the mech. In an instant, they aimed in all directions and launched a carpet bombing. A large number of instantaneous beasts that had gathered around Neru because of the vibration were all killed by the rain of cannonballs. However, this was only the first show of the storm mech. The reason why Neru the ogre wanted to drive this war weapon into the battle was actually to restrict the actions of some of his subordinates. After obtaining the authorization order, the Neferman Dis, which was hovering in the sky, immediately sent out a special frequency of electromagnetic waves to the surroundings. The 13 special Leviathan airships that received the command immediately began to shut down all their power engines, discharged the light gas in each airbag, and began to fall rapidly to the ground. These airships were the same as the Neferman Dis. They did not carry any aviation personnel. They were Leviathan war beasts disguised as city airships. Before using them, the reason why Neferman Dis needed to ask Commander Neru for authorization was that their original form before Leviathan was some enormous, indestructible, invincible behemoth. The behemoth was a powerful magical creature that was shaped by primordial energy and infused with elemental power. Although they resembled living creatures, they did not have fragile flesh. Almost all of the naturalists in the multiverse had a consensus that the behemoth was not a natural creature, but a creature specially created by the gods. The purpose of its existence was to punish mortals. This was because ever since mortals began to worship the gods had already understood how complicated the souls of mortals were. Sometimes, even the gods would wonder why these ordinary creatures hid so many evil natures. It was because of the large number of mortal souls falling into the abyss that caused the rise of the demons of Tana, Re, and the decline of the demons of Obilus. In some countries, when the sins of mortals were so severe that even the gods could not bear it, the gods would send plagues, floods, and their most terrible servants as punishment. Among these vengeful servants, the behemoth was the most frightening. A god or several gods united to create the behemoth from the primordial source of chaos, put it in a similar body, and filled its consciousness with axiom, justice, and an endless desire to destroy everything in its path. Then, these giant beasts would be allowed to slaughter their victims without restraint. Some of the kinder gods would take back the behemoth after calming down their anger. Some of the worse ones would ignore the suffering of mortals. They would let the behemoth unleash its endless desire to kill until the sinful countries were left with lifeless ashes, and even the entire world was destroyed by these living retributions. These broken continents might not have any life left, except for the behemoth that conquered them, as an immortal monument to the slaughtered worlds. Through the intelligence network in the sigil, the scale of perpetual order found some of these immortal monuments, but they had all been forgotten by their creators. Even the gods who created them had died. The Chamber of Commerce spent a lot of resources and sent a large number of adventurers to find the sleeping behemoths in those lifeless and ruined plains. Then, those people carefully collected some specimens from various sleeping behemoths and sent them back to the headquarters for analysis. In the end, the scale of perpetual order chose the most suitable 13 behemoths and implanted the flesh of Leviathan into them. Once the ruined planes were transformed into Leviathan airships, they would automatically transform into Leviathan airships and enter the giant interplanar portals that the Chamber of Commerce had specially constructed for them. This time, the scale of perpetual order went all out to attack Dwarf Island's Steam City because they had to face a god. The 13 Leviathan behemoths also disguised themselves as airships and moved together with the expeditionary army. When a large number of powerful new monsters, instant beasts, appeared and the expeditionary army's attack was blocked, the behemoths were awakened by the announcement of the Nephremendis and were ready to carry out an operation called Punishment. The 13 Leviathan airships fell to the ground and turned back into thunder behemoths. Compared to the storm behemoths, deep sea behemoths, and some other behemoth subspecies, and even Terra and Taraski, the thunder behemoths were easier to control, so the Leviathan behemoths transformed by the scale of perpetual order used them as the prototype. These huge beasts had 4 legs, and their forelimbs were longer than their hind limbs and were much thicker. Their bodies were covered in heavy rock-like armor, and there were clusters of sharp horns on their heads. On their triangular heads, there was a pair of small eyes that did not match their body size, and they were always shining with a dark green light. The armor of the behemoths could reflect most magic attacks, and their bodies had a super strong regenerative ability. Unless one continuously used wishing spells to attack their weak points, these thunder behemoths were almost impossible to kill by conventional means. In the battle sequence of the scale of perpetual order, only a few strong people like Nephremendis and Neru could temporarily subdue this group of war behemoths, and only keys could make them feel fear from head to toe. Therefore, before throwing them into the battlefield, Neru had prepared in advance. Do not attack indiscriminately. Pay attention to distinguish between friend and foe. Those new monsters are your priority targets. With the help of the radio equipment on the mech, the brawny ogre sent his order in the form of electromagnetic waves and transmitted it to the minds of every thunder behemoth. Chapter 850. The thunder behemoths walked on the ground like the embodiment of a walking appetite. Driven by the hunger to devour everything, they ate all the animals, plants, and even buildings they encountered. In order to fill their 5 bottomless stomachs, they would gorge themselves in the jungles and forests, look for minerals in collapsed mines and mountains, and look for hidden delicacies in raised fortresses. They basically ate everything, and their appetites were amazing. And this was the reason why Neru had to restrain them personally. Otherwise, when these thunder behemoths went berserk, not to mention the enemies in Steam City, even the expeditionary army in King's Landing City would become their prey. That would be completely unnecessary damage. As the commander of the expeditionary army, Neru could not sit back and watch that happen. Roar. After receiving the radio wave message, these giant beasts subconsciously roared to express their dissatisfaction. With their roars, the ground began to tremble involuntarily. The instant beasts that gathered close all suffered the effect of a spell similar to Greater Roar. The more resilient monsters shook their dizzy heads and continued to move forward. Those that did not pass the immunity test were all stunned in place because they were in a state of shock. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Nehru raised his arm helplessly. A capsule-shaped glass container appeared in the claw of the storm mech. He threw it to the ground. With a crack, the glass capsule suddenly shattered, and a light blue smoke rose from the ground. This was a magic weapon that Keyes gave him before he left to restrain the thunder behemoths. It contained a reagent made from the scales of the young blue dragon. Once released, the thunder behemoths could quickly smell Keyes's scent. The effect was very obvious. When the giant beasts that were about to riot felt the scent of the existence of the upper level of the food chain that they had experienced not long ago and was relatively fresh compared to their long lives, the thunder behemoths instantly stood up. As if their temperament had changed, they began to faithfully carry out the mission issued by Nehru and began a series of fierce attacks against the instant beasts. The thunder behemoths weaved through the dome of Steam City, plowing a path made of rubble and debris. A large number of buildings and rocks fell into their bottomless stomachs. As long as an instant beast sounded and attacked, the thunder behemoths would spit out a barrage of rock fragments if they were far away. If they were near, these giant behemoths would directly swallow the monsters into their stomachs without any hesitation. Even the emperor, who turned the dwarf residents of the dome area into instant beasts, was surprised by the efficiency of the thunder behemoths. Either you deal with these behemoths, or you provide me with more troops, the emperor said bluntly to the god of virtual games beside him. The King's Landing City and the scale of perpetual order have too much resources and manpower. You have to do your best if you want to win against them. Stim instinctively wanted to reject the emperor's suggestion as he felt the increase in divine power brought to him by those special petitioners. He wanted to use that divine power to deal with the crisis before him, but just as the god was about to act, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if something threatened the very foundation of his existence. So he answered decisively, "I'll leave the Steam City to you. If you waste the lives of millions of dwarves, when I return, it will be the time for you to grind your bones to dust." With that, the clone of the god of virtual games abruptly vanished, leaving a metallic furnace glowing with green light where it stood. The emperor looked at the divine artifact, his mind spinning rapidly. The divine chains on his body had already been removed by Stim, but it was precisely because of that he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He must have run into some serious trouble. Could the scale of perpetual order have launched a surprise attack on his divine kingdom apart from the expeditionary forces in the material plane? The emperor pondered, weighing the pros and cons. The emperor was prepared to stay for one last fight, even though he had thousands of doubts in his heart. After experiencing that crushing defeat 12 years ago, he had already lost all of his family's assets. If he still wanted to use the Ramsey plane as a bridgehead to enter the Leo clock tower in the mechanical realm, then the Steam City's counterattack would be his last chance to make a comeback. I have to take the risk this time. The emperor made up his mind. A large part of this was based on his speculation that Keyes might be looking for trouble with Stim's divine kingdom. As long as the terrifying Megalosaurus did not appear, even if he saw the might of the Jungleberg's expeditionary forces, he knew that this battle would be a fierce one. But he still felt that he had a chance. Taking a deep breath, the robe wrapped around the emperor loosened. Then, as the myriad soul cocoons gushed out of his body, the hooded robe on his body instantly shattered into pieces, revealing his body that had been resurrected by tribulation's soul-searching corpse. His skin was a sickly grayish-brown, and when his robe shattered, he returned to his strange giant form. He had sharp antlers and jagged fangs. At the end of his inverted legs, a pair of black hooves floated a few feet above the ground. The emperor shrugged his bear-like nose, calculated the time when the thousands of soul cocoons would break, and then went straight to the divine artifact left by Stim. He reached out and opened the lid of the furnace. Similar to before, a large number of souls from all over the Steam City instantly converged into the divine artifact. However, the number of souls absorbed this time was too many. The souls of more than 1 million dwarves were reborn at the same time. Even with the help of the divine artifact, it still took a lot of time. His large-scale transformation of the dwarves into monsters naturally attracted the attention of the Jungleberg's expeditionary forces. Ever since those souls were reborn, the missile silos on the Steel Fleet had not stopped. The precision missiles guided by magic crossed the short distance between them and fell on the Emperor's head like a torrential downpour. In order to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, the Emperor had to carry the Soul Furnace and quickly move through the streets of the Steam City. Because the divine artifact could not be disturbed by spatial magic during the process of rebirth, the Emperor could not use teleportation. And because of the limited range of the divine artifact, he could not run out of the Steam City to avoid the missiles. After an entire hourglass, the Emperor panicked like a stray dog, constantly being crushed by the missiles falling from the sky. Several times, because the missiles fell too close, he could only use his body to block the damage for the Soul Furnace. Chapter 8:51. Enduring the pain on his skin and flesh, the Emperor opened his yellow eyes wide and recited loudly, "The day is the curtain, the night is the cover. We live in the bushes, hiding from the eyes of men. The power of darkness is like thorns and light. Sweep across the world, the unseen light." As he spoke, the entire Steam City was shrouded in obscure magic waves. With nearly 1 million gnomes as the materials, and with the help of the gods, the largest summoning ritual since the Emperor arrived in the Ramsey Plain 10,000 years ago was about to be completed. Even though it was impossible for all of the 1 million gnomes to be fully transformed due to the survival rate, the number of monsters that could break out of their cocoons was already a terrifying number. It didn't take long for a large number of gnomes, instant beasts, reef-clawed monsters, drooping horse-headed monsters, 10-armed octopuses, gnome monsters, crow men. A large number of monsters, both on and off the scale of perpetual order, all poured into the streets of the Steam City. Because the Emperor had made some adjustments during the transformation, they were a little different from before. All the monsters secreted a large amount of black sticky liquid, like mud and caramel. If one were to observe closely, they would be able to see that the black liquid was emitting faint bubbles rhythmically and wriggling as if it were alive in the first place. At first, there were not too many monsters on the streets, so the effect of this strange liquid was not obvious. But as the transformation gradually completed, a large number of monsters flooded the streets. The monsters that filled the streets and alleys began to rub shoulders with each other. The mucus that looked like living asphalt began to show its effect. It was an important medium that connected all the monsters one by one. At this time, the faint crackling sound became louder and louder, like firecrackers being set off. The black glue was like glue sticking all the monsters into a ball, allowing them to remodel in a strange way. For example, a huge instant beast might have several 10-armed octopuses bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws on its head. One of its hands might become a reef-clawed monster that looked like a combination of eels and lobsters, while the other hand turned into 5 or 6 drooping horse-headed monsters that wriggled like snakes. On the soles of its feet, there might be a circle of gnomes with their mouths wide open. On the front and back of its chest, there might be a large group of gnomes squeaking. Another example would be similar monsters piling up like Lego bricks to create an even bigger monster. It was as if they were merging their own kind. Muscles and muscles, bones and bones, shells and shells, claws and fangs were constantly being added and expanded, sweeping across the 8 barren lands, the unseen light. Ha ha ha. admiring his masterpiece, the emperor could not help but burst into laughter. He waved a hand through the air, and crimson light began to appear in the eyes of all of the befuddled creatures. Not only had they merged into one in form, but their minds and abilities had also merged into one. Their heads all turned towards the direction of the Lord's Landing Expeditionary Army that had landed in the Steam City. Don't leave a single enemy behind. Assimilate their flesh and blood into your bodies, and turn them into the power we need to conquer the Ramsey Plain. The Emperor shouted. His words instantly rang in the minds of every monster. Like falling dominoes, the pygmy buildings in the Steam City crumbled like paper as the integrated monsters charged in a straight line. They did not know how to be stingy with their power. Even if they were injured, as long as they could touch other monsters again, the pygmy could assimilate them into their own bodies and repair all of their injuries at the same time. In the face of the onslaught of these monsters, the Lord's Landing Expeditionary Army was under great pressure, not only from the ground, but also from the air. A large number of 10-armed octopuses had fused with pygmy monsters, and by gnomes turning into oversized beholders. They floated in the air and poured all kinds of spells on the Eddard kobolds and Leviathan airships that were acting as air carriers. Thunder behemoths get into a tight formation and resist their charge head-on. Nero the Ogre, who had personally come to the battlefield to command, immediately ordered, "Steel Fleet, Doc, use your cannons to wipe out the Steam City. All polar bear men and camel warriors who have not yet landed, get into position. You are about to fight a fierce battle with the help of a magic communication device." Nero's words were first transmitted back to the bridge of the Eastern Mighty, and then to the commanders of the various troops. The Expeditionary Army became like a sophisticated machine. When the command was given, all the soldiers at their posts immediately carried out their tasks. They had already rehearsed the intensity of the battle long before they set off. As for the pygmy monsters that were wreaking havoc in the sky will always be the home of the Megalosaurus. Nefermendis let out a roar that shook the sky, and then changed from the Leviathan airship to the form of an ancient brown dragon. The airship's airbag spewed out a large amount of gas and became dry. The 2 rows of thorns on its back stretched out, and the membrane between them was like a glider. Brown dragons did not have the traditional wings of the Megalosaurus, but this did not mean that they could not fly. In fact, with the weight of the Megalosaurus, they could only soar in the sky because of the power of magic. As an ancient brown dragon, Nefermendis was also an overlord in the sky. He directly pounced on a pygmy monster that looked like a beholder. 2 thick front claws tore the monster's body apart. The 10-armed octopus attached to the huge monster kept shooting all kinds of magic rays at Nefermendis, but when the rays hit the ceramic skin of the ancient Megalosaurus, they could not break through the defense at all. He took a deep breath and used scorching sand breath on the wound he tore. The scorching sand was sharper than a blade, and in an instant, the monster's body was corroded with thousands of holes. The scorching hot sand covered the pygmy monster, and the layer of strange black mud turned into a layer of hard scab and lost its vitality. The 100,000 octopuses that formed the pygmy monster were fine. At least they could still fly, but the remaining pygmies and pygmy monsters that were not torn apart by the scorching sand breath and thought that they had escaped the disaster were all in trouble. They fell from the sky to the ground. "It's you again, you reptile!" Seeing Nefermendis, the emperor instantly recognized this Megalosaurus that was the vanguard to attack his promontory stronghold 12 years ago. He raised his hand and used internal explosion, forcing Nefermendis to close his mouth tightly and endure the violent magic waves that erupted in his body. He rushed into the sky to digest the overbearing spell that could dig out his internal organs. "Humph," the emperor said disdainfully. He did not continue to kill Neferman Dis. After all, there were many aerial troops and Leviathan airships in the sky. Now, taking advantage of the appearance of the pygmy monster, it was more cost-effective to inflict heavy damage to the landing forces of King's Landing City. But just as he was about to mobilize dozens of pygmy monsters to first resist the Thunder Behemoth's frontal charge, and then let the other pygmy monsters circle back to the landing forces and the Steel Fleet, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. Holy Persuasion! A paladin holding a forged steel horse-slaying sword with one hand and a shining palm pressed against the Emperor's back. Chapter 852. Jensen had arrived at the battlefield. To be honest, although this paladin was also one of the main members of the Scales of Eternal Order, his presence had never been strong. But this did not mean that Jensen was weak. After all, a saint samurai who was able to solo a demon lord, an existence who was favored by the power of virtue, and a talent who was treated as a national knight by Quess could not be considered a weakling no matter what, especially when he encountered true evil, when he encountered a sin that was completely contrary to his belief in virtue, and when he encountered the Emperor who had turned 1,000,000 gnomes into monsters. Jensen burst out with a strong fighting spirit in an instant, relying on his martial arts skills. He silently appeared behind the enemy's back, just like the most brilliant wanderer. Then, without a word, he cast Divine Persuasion. The vast and majestic power of benevolence instantly responded to his summons, surging into the brand-new body that the Emperor had constructed with the remains of Calamity's soul, repeatedly cleansing the sins within. As one of the origins of the multiverse, the power of virtue was far from comparable to some other forces. It instantly destroyed the existence in the Emperor's body that was contrary to his beliefs. In other words, it disintegrated the Emperor's brand-new body in an instant. Like a frightened magic rabbit, the Emperor did not even have time to curse before his body turned into pieces of shining stardust and disappeared into the streets of Steam City. However, this did not mean that he was dead. After turning 1,000,000 gnomes into monsters, how could the Emperor not reap some benefits for himself? Because he was now reincarnated from Soul Search, he was essentially a kind of soul polymer. His previous body was just made up of soul fragments. After his body was annihilated by Jensen's Divine Persuasion, the Emperor decisively gave up resistance at the last moment and turned to other ways to avoid this disaster. Cannot be destroyed. All are one, all are one, all are one. From the body of a gnome monster on the street, the Emperor's soul had finished growing again. Half a block of monsters dripping with black mucus were now all lying on the ground. They used their fragile souls that had just grown to complete the nourishment for the Emperor, allowing him to revive once again. Seeing this scene, Jensen frowned. "Thou shalt atone for thy sins." The paladin stretched out 2 fingers, and a shining rune appeared beside the Emperor. The Emperor's body, which had just recovered, began to twitch unnaturally. He wanted to retreat and hide in the streets, but he couldn't help but slow down. At this time, Johnson came to him again. The paladin samurai raised his forged steel horse-slaying sword and unleashed a series of attacks that were infused with the power of Evil Destroyer. At the critical moment, even though he had covered himself with several layers of protection from kindness enchantments in time, he had still been struck by the saber many times. Pitch-black blood flowed out and dyed his dark gray fur red. Heavy strike, ultimate benevolence slash. Seeing that the Emperor was still resisting, and at the same time, this guy was unwilling to give up and summoned other monsters or integrated monsters in an attempt to get them to save him. Johnson's face instantly became solemn. He began to use a strengthened version of the evil-destroying slash called ultimate benevolence slash. The belief of kindness in the multiverse was now endlessly providing support to Jensen. With the paladin samurai's body as the channel, The surging holy power instantly rushed out of his body. The surrounding environment was also affected by the holy power. The silver-white light was as thick as milk, shrouding the Emperor and Jensen. In this area, not only was there no room for any evil spells or teleportation spells, there was a 90% chance that they would be inexplicably interrupted, and every swing of Jensen's sword had an additional heavy strike effect. The Emperor was in great pain. More and more wounds appeared on his body. The monsters that wanted to support him, when approaching this area, were like candles in an open flame, melted and ignited. In this situation, the Emperor couldn't guarantee that if his body was destroyed by Jensen again, he could find a random monster to reincarnate and stand up again. Damn this guy! He was furious. Because he was in the place where the holy power of kindness accumulated, he couldn't curse out loud. Even if he cursed in his heart, it would only increase the power of the holy power's counterattack. When fighting back against Jensen, he couldn't use any evil spells. For his current body, which was supposed to be the best at using spiritual spells, there was no fairness at all. He could only give up on spiritual spells and selectively use some incantation spells. Most of the time, he used defensive spells on himself while using the most direct evocation spells to fight back against Jensen. Unfortunately, it was not an exaggeration to say that the legendary saint Samurai was the natural enemy of evocation spells. Thanks to the legendary characteristic called holy immunity, most of the evocation spells that hit Jensen's body were like stones thrown into the sea, and only a few of them had some effect. Moreover, even if Jensen couldn't buy any high-value armor and weapons because he had to abide by the poverty oath, but as a founding member of the Scale of Perpetual Order, the equipment that was temporarily given to him were at least high-level enchanted treasures. Even the most inconspicuous forged steel horse-slaying sword was a divine weapon with the triple effects of edge, sturdy, and heavy strike. Needless to say, the plate armor on his body was also branded with the corresponding merit badge because he participated in killing the tyrant worm. Killing a demon overlord was a great honor recognized by the power of virtue. This plate armor was also blessed by the origin of the multiverse. If it wasn't for the fact that the creator wasn't a god, it would have been a precious artifact. But even so, with this seemingly ordinary plate armor, any spells cast by the Emperor were useless against Jensen. The Emperor was very angry. Compared to fighting, he was actually better at using spells to fight. But this skill that he used to be proud of could not be used at all now. He could only bite the bullet and fight against Jensen, who was holding a heavy sword while desperately summoning the monsters to rush into the holy power's encirclement no matter what to save himself. Multitasking wasn't a difficult task for an emperor, but when faced with a sacred samurai with strong beliefs and outstanding martial arts skills, doing so would be a path to death. Not long after, his body was covered with wounds of various sizes caused by the forged steel horse-slaying sword, and under the erosion of the holy power, these wounds could not be healed at all. Facing the heavy sword that was aimed at his face, the Emperor quickly put his hands together and blocked it more than a foot in front of him. Then, ignoring the cut on his palm, he tried his best to snatch the sword from Jensen's hands. Chapter 853. Johnson threw away the forged steel horse-slaying sword. To be more precise, the paladin grabbed the ball of weight and pulled out a short sword made of obsidian. Then, he threw away the long sword held by the Emperor. Using the new weapon, he attacked again. Sacrificial blow. Johnson did not adhere to the usual martial arts of the paladin. Like a well-trained assassin, he crashed into the Emperor's arms. He held the obsidian short sword in a reverse grip and stabbed it into the Emperor's chest. Divine persuasion. Just as the Emperor was about to tear off Johnson's armor and tear him to pieces, the paladin once again summoned the power of kindness and launched a baptism on him. The emperor felt that his whole body was about to be smashed into pieces again as the holy power surged into his body. However, it seemed that because of the obsidian short sword, he was not directly annihilated into ashes. "What did you do?" the emperor exclaimed. He could feel that the divine energy was deeply embedded into his body, like thousands of threads. They were like a fishing net tightly wrapping around the emperor. Although he didn't feel anything strange, he suddenly had a feeling that he couldn't control himself. What the emperor did not know was that divine persuasion was not so much a skill of the sacred samurai, but rather a belief of theirs. They could complete the persuasion process by directly annihilating the evil in the eyes of the sacred samurai. And like now, they could imprison the enemy in place and summon all the marked teammates to the place to persuade them. This was also a way to solve the problem. "Advise you to do good," Johnson replied softly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rays of light formed a prison that encircled the emperor. Hieronymus, Petrov, Duhala, Tom, the chief paladins of Ramsey, were all summoned, including Dalton, the son of Johnson's old friend. In addition, 2 blazing god servants also arrived at the same time. In the past 12 years, with the help of the resources of the scale of perpetual order and the favor of the power of virtue, Jensen had not only organized a loose alliance of paladins under the command of the good gods of order in the Ramsey Plain, but he had also established solid friendships with some heavenly creatures in Sigil City. The 2 blazing sky god servants were the representatives, and they were both saint samurai. Is there a need to go to this extent? The emperor gritted his teeth. Jensen ignored him and nodded to the sacred samurai, who had come to help. "The enemy is here, and so am I." He waved his hand and pointed at the emperor, who had a horrified expression. "Accept the divine judgment, evil tyrant." When all the saint samurai turned their eyes to the emperor, his body suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. Jensen used the most tolerant, be it order or chaos, and the harshest, not letting go of a single trace of evil, power of kindness to judge the emperor. The latter's body emitted a glaring red light, indicating that he was not only a complete villain, but also had a lot of blood on his hands. Unforgivable. A blazing sky god-servant who had been summoned said angrily. As he said this, a large amount of dark yellow sand and stones were instantly molded into a bowl-shaped square. The saint samurai stood on the steps of the bowl, and the emperor stood at the bottom of the bowl, about to bear the anger of the saint samurai. The name of this blazing sky god-servant was Ordovician. He was like a giant with yellow jade eyes, his skin shining with a metallic luster, and 3 pairs of white wings on his back. Blazing sky god-servants were the most powerful of the angels. They usually served as the right-hand men of the gods, or simply guarded a world or plane alone. Although as long as they were willing, almost all good gods were very willing to promote a blazing god-servant as a follower god. The proud blazing god-servant rarely accepted such good intentions. They had their own goals to fulfill. Every blazing sky god-servant was born with their own name. It was usually related to the major good deeds they had done before their reincarnation, and could also reflect part of their power. For example, Ordovician was named after a geological era in a certain plane. Before he was reincarnated as a blazing sky god-servant, he had single-handedly alleviated the large-scale extinction of races at the end of that geological era due to climate and geological changes. It was because of this good deed that he became a glorious blazing sky god-servant after his reincarnation. As long as he stood on the ground, he could easily manipulate the power of the earth elemental. Seconded, the other blazing sky divine attendant also expressed his opinion. Although he was also a giant with 3 wings on his back, his skin was the color of sapphire, and the armor on his body was branded with star patterns. His name was Polaris. like Ordovician, he had a series of magical abilities bestowed upon him by the heavens. His spellcasting abilities were comparable to the most powerful priests. He didn't even need to use his full strength to exterminate peak fiends, such as the pit fiends and balers. However, Polaris held an enchanted longbow in his hands. He was a blazing sky god servant who was extremely adept at tracking and was often active in the astral plane. It was said that he had once followed the tracks left behind in the astral plane and found a baler that had flown past the day before. Furthermore, he had only used a killing arrow that he had created with a spell to kill that demon. The two heavenly creatures, who could be said to be highly respected, had set the tone for this divine persuasion ceremony. The other human paladins all clenched their greatswords or spiked hammers, leaping down from the stairs and taking the lead to charge towards the emperor trapped in the bowl-shaped plaza. Because Jensen had mobilized much of the power of kindness, these paladins were able to use their holy force much more freely here. Moreover, because they were facing an unforgivable enemy, they did not adhere to the virtues of a paladin in a fair duel. After all, Jensen and the two blazing sky god servants had already verified that this was a duel between good and evil. Everyone had to use their full strength. Only then would it be truly fair. His body is a powerful soul spellcaster, and he can be reborn in the body of a monster he created. Polaris's eyes shone like stars. Even though Jensen had not had time to tell him, this blazing sky god servant, who was extremely adept at tracking, instantly saw through the Emperor's various abilities. Eliminate evil. Ordovician waved his hand, and a giant sword suddenly appeared in his palm. We have to be patient. Even if he revives 1,000 times, 10,000 times, as long as he doesn't die, we won't leave. After saying this, Ordovician also entered the plaza. He did not even use a teleportation spell, and only relied on his extraordinary agility. This powerful warrior cut into the battle like a flash. When the battle began, it was as if they had practiced it many times. This blazing sky god servant casually poured weaken and advanced dispel magic on the Emperor, and at the same time buffed the paladins on his side with various spells. And every time another paladin was injured, a healing spell would instantly fall on that person. I have to show my hand too. Seeing his old friend fight hard, Polaris immediately drew the enchanted longbow in his hand. As he quickly ran out of the battle circle, killing arrows repeatedly shot towards the Emperor from various tricky angles. Even though the Emperor constantly replenished himself with various spells to defend against the arrows, under the pressure of the rapid shooting like a machine gun, he still paled in comparison. It's my turn too. Jensen now had no weapon in his hand, but he did not care about this problem. Two fists lightly bumped together, and the holy power instantly enshrouded the knuckles of his fist. Chapter 854. When an evil mage-type boss met a powerful paladin, he would most likely be beaten to a pulp. The interaction between the Emperor and Jensen had proven this point, and now, when the Emperor encountered a group of tyrannical paladins, especially when there were two blazing celestial servants who were so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end, this evil magic-type boss could only lament, "Take the bamboo shoots." More than a dozen Saint Samurai, with top-notch combat ability, were attacking the leader of the monsters without any morals. Such a tragic scene was not common in the multiverse. The Emperor's body, which resembled the Wendigo, was soon covered in wounds. There were cuts caused by swords, slashes, and blunt force injuries caused by hammers. Similar to the Emperor, who was full of resentment, the god of virtual games, Stim, who had left early due to an emergency, was not having a good time either. He was caught in a dynamic and multifaceted game. Although he had held back his grief and basically given up on the gnomes in the Steam City, he was now faced with a new dilemma. Should he protect his game godhood? Or should he protect the virtual kingdom? And all this started with the bandits who had wreaked havoc on Gnome Island for days. A mere contract demon was able to make a god's avatar run in circles, although most of the credit was due to the scales of Eternity's combat research lab. Narman had done a good job. They had kept the Steam City's airship fleet in the depths of the swirling plains. At this time, Narman had established contact with all the monsters released by the Ghostface fish. Harpies, swamp people, gnolls, chimeras, these monsters, whether difficult or powerful, were all on the opposite side of the gnomes under Narman's guidance. Not only did they defeat the ground forces sent by the Steam City, but they were now trying to shoot down the gnomes' airships. Narman had to create an opportunity for them. Now, listen to me. Narman did not shout very loudly, but his words were accurately transmitted to everyone's ears and were very persuasive. Abandon all heavy equipment and only carry weapons, ammunition, food, and water. Now that the airships are stuck behind us, we have to create an opportunity to shoot them down so that we can escape. After saying that, Na-Men was the first to jump off his warhorse and quickly packed up his things. After a few days of traveling, the Mount's stamina was already at its limit, even if their food was mixed with energy elixirs that nourished the body. Since they no longer had to traverse the plains and beaches, they had to climb to the top of the mountain. That was why Naaman had all the pirates of Jorms release their mounts and let them go. Let's go. After checking everyone's equipment, a smile bloomed on Naaman's face under the cloak. Like a tear in the darkness, it flashed by. We have to climb the mountain. Drink the rest of your energy elixirs. Reality proved that his arrangements were all targeted. Climbing the highest mountain in the spiral plains was definitely a tough job. In particular, as they clambered over the rocks and cliffs, numerous toad-like swamp people, surviving gnolls, and harpies with strange, sinister laughter would occasionally appear near them, and huge chimeras cast their shadows from the sky. Even though the wild monsters did not attack the pirates of Jorms because of the weapons in their hands and Naaman's deterrence, they still encountered all kinds of surprises while climbing the mountain, which still made them tremble in fear. After all, even though these guys did not attack, the malice under their ugly skins could not be hidden no matter how hard they tried. Only Naaman was more at ease. He was very confident in his persuasion skills. At least before the spell lost its effectiveness, he believed that these wild monsters would obediently follow him by the nose. As for what would happen after the spell lost its effectiveness, they would have to be alive until then to talk about it. There's going to be a fierce battle coming up. We have to lure the airships to a lower altitude. In fact, even if they did not use the strategy of luring the enemy, the airship troops sent by Stim would still pursue them relentlessly, regardless of the cost. Because the actions of Na-Men and the pirates on Dwarf Island had already vaguely shown some characteristics of the game. As a god with the priesthood of the game, Stim could not lose control of this game. Instead of dealing with all kinds of variables, the best solution was to let Na-Men and the pirates completely withdraw from the game. For the great god, we have to get rid of all these ants. Standing on the deck of the airship, the military chaplain took in the figures of Na-Men and the pirates with the help of the telescope. He decisively ordered the aircraft to launch a wave of bombing first. Just as the airship's launcher opened and the aerial bombs rolled out, a few huge figures suddenly appeared in the sky not far away. In the blink of an eye, these chimeras were like flies that had smelled a crack in an egg. They wriggled their 3 strange heads and flew below the pygmy airship, extending their heads towards the hatch of the launcher. Because these magic beasts had just used spells to conceal their bodies, and their flying speed was also very fast when they launched a pouncing attack on the airship like hyenas, the midget pilots did not have time to react. Blazing flames, acid, and poisonous fog instantly poured into the airship's hold. Some of the pilots were luckier, grabbing the Featherfall life-saving rune board and jumping out of the other exits in time. But since most of them fell into the hands of the harpies hovering at low altitude, the word lucky would have to be put in quotation marks to describe them. Those who were unlucky had their aerial bombs detonated by the Chimera's flames, and were destroyed along with the airship and the Chimera that was choking them. More than 20 airships would basically explode in the air if they were pouncing on by the Chimera, unless there were some military chaplains of the god of virtual games on board, like the flagship. Those chaplains worked together to summon powerful divine spells in time, either killing the Chimera or countering its breath to save the airship. In just a few minutes, the Steam City's aviation unit had lost 5 airships, losing almost a quarter of the entire unit. Emergency landing. Looking at the group of harpies swarming after the Chimera's ambush, the remaining midget pilots of the airships made the same decision in unison. Not only could the airships launch bombs, but they also carried a large number of mechanical chocobo riders and steam tanks. They believed that they could quickly end the battle as long as they dragged the battlefield to the ground. Little did they know that these people's actions had saved Na-Men a lot of schemes that he hadn't had time to execute yet. Giving me a pillow when I'm sleepy. Na-Men was secretly delighted. Chapter 8:55. Since ancient times, a boss would appear at the end of the game. In the final moments of the game, there was no reason not to send out their strongest forces to suppress the situation. When Na-Men brought all the pirates of Joms up the mountain with great difficulty, he saw the pygmy airship that had been forced to land by the suicidal attacks of the chimeras and harpies. He decisively took out a curved horn. This horn had a circular hoop on it. It was dark in color, but it had a metallic luster to it. It was made from the horn of a pit fiend. Restricted by magic, the pit fiend would also listen to the horn's commands. Woo, 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 woo. The deep sound of the horn rang out, and a sudden noise came from behind the mountain range. A small crimson airship quickly climbed up from the bushes at the foot of the mountain, following the sound all the way to the peak of the mountain range. The devil fish, a sharp-eyed pirate of Joms, recognized the airship. They had ridden on it to cross the sea. However, they would never have guessed that the devil fish had another face. A terrifying face emerged from the front of the airbag. After reaching a high altitude, the entire airship began to curl up. It had 4 limbs and a tail, and dragon-like wings sprouted from its body. Scales as thick as armor grew out of it as well. It was also a Leviathan airship, similar to the Nephrimandis. However, the devilfish's original form was not a megalosaurus, but a pit fiend at the top of the Batsu devil clan. Awakened by the horn, the pit fiend, nicknamed the devil fish, opened its eyes in an instant. Its round eyes were like those of a fish. As expected, there were only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Hellfire Storm. The devil fish waved its palms, and the power that had accumulated in its body was released. Febrile winds and flames spewed out from its fingertips, forming a dense cluster of fireballs like a rocket launcher. They passed by the dumbfounded pirates of Joms, rushing towards the pygmies who were gathering their troops. The moment it appeared, the pit fiend displayed its absolute strength. It crushed the formation of the mechanical chocobo riders and steam tanks that came out of the pygmy airship. Ha ha ha! The Devil Ray laughed wildly. His figure flickered twice, and when he reappeared, he was already beside a steam tank. The pit fiend reached out with its steel-like arms, grabbing the base of the steam tank and flipping it over. Seeing this, the priests on the dwarf side began to summon their divine spells one after another. However, this cunning demon did not give them a chance to lock onto it. He used greater teleportation without restraint, always appearing in unexpected places and launching surprise attacks. Moreover, In the process of attacking, he was constantly using spells to command all sorts of monsters: swamp men, gnolls, chimeras, and even harpies. Every pit fiend was an experienced tactician. Under his command, these fools began to learn how to combine their strengths to launch even more ferocious attacks on the pygmies. The swamp men, who resembled giant toads, flanked their opponents from the flanks. They spat out their slimy tongues to harass the gnome riders on the mechanical chocobos. The chimeras landed on the ground, and with their thick hides and proficient breath attacks, they blocked the advance of the gnome steam tanks from the front. The harpies reached the side of the gnome airships and tore at the airbags with their sharp claws. The gnolls, on the other hand, quietly circled around and slipped into the open belly of the airships. Delay this army. Don't finish them off so quickly, Naaman ordered the devilfish. Of course, he still had to rely on the infernal horn in his hands. Otherwise, the strength of a contracted demon would not be enough to subdue the prideful pit fiend. Before leaving, Keyes had given him instructions. The purpose of this battlefield behind the enemy lines was not to cause great damage to the pygmies, but to restrain them. The god of virtual games had to retaliate by introducing game modes in order to fulfill his duties as a divine being. As long as you can divert a portion of his attention, it will be a great achievement. These were Keyes' words. The reason the young blue dragon said this was because he'd reached an agreement with Jarl Dazzlegold. He'd used the guarantee of the survival of the pygmies in Ramsey after the war as a bargaining chip to obtain a portion of Stim's secrets from the great pygmy god. It was because of this that Keyes had the confidence to severely injure or even kill the god. Not long after the expeditionary army set out from King's Landing, Keyes also set out on his own journey. The young blue dragon dove into the sea, swimming all the way to the outer seas of Pygmy Island. Neither the expeditionary army nor the pygmies entrenched on the island knew of this news. Stim was only a lesser god at the moment, and his divinity level was not high. Even with the help of the power of his clone in the material plane, his range of perception would not exceed 12 miles. Therefore, the god of virtual games did not notice Keyes stopping a few hundred miles away from Pygmy Island. The young blue dragon hid under the surface of the sea, and without using any spells, for fear of being detected by divine power, he began to dig at the seabed with his claws. For other species of Megalosaurus, working underwater might be a little difficult. Fortunately, the blue dragon was an expert at digging holes. With Keyes' size and strength, the underwater environment did not affect him much. He dug down and filled the hole behind him, and only began to dig horizontally when he was close to the mantle layer of Ramsey. After anchoring in the direction of Pygmy Island, Keyes carefully pushed in that direction bit by bit. Because his body was too large, the slightest carelessness would cause the earth to shake, so he had to sacrifice speed in exchange for peace. When Keyes dug to the location of Pygmy Island, he finally found the astral slug that Jarl Dazzlegold had mentioned. The astral slug was a huge, worm-like creature that lived in the deep trenches and craters between the astral and airless microplanes. The abnormal physiology of this slug allowed it to survive in a vacuum. Most astral slugs could grow up to 3,000 to 4,000 feet in length. This creature was a sexless silicon-based life form that reproduced through division. When it grew to a certain size, the astral slug would usually split into 2 smaller larvae. But sometimes this division did not happen. Astral slugs were full of treasures. Their crystalline organs were used in many electronic devices. Their extremely tough skin could be made into a good abrasive. Their flesh could store electricity. Some of their body fluids could be refined and used in the alchemical industry. Therefore, the astral slugs were crazily hunted by the Githyankis, who also lived in the astral and pursued expansionism. The overbearing Githyanki's Lich Queen had ordered that no other race was allowed to take even one astral slug away from the astral. Even as a god, Stim had spent a lot of money to buy the larvae of an astral slug from the astral smugglers. In order to raise this creature in the material plane, he had used the divine power that had the power to change everything to raise it. Stim's goal was to modify this astral slug and turn it into a unique living server. He wanted to build his own divine kingdom on Earth. Chapter 8:56. One had to admit that Stim's idea was very grand. So far, due to the rules set by the God of Gods, no god had been able to build a holy kingdom for the management of petitioners in the material plane. In addition, that existence had once caused a catastrophe called the Turbulent Age in the world of Toril, which was the focus of the world's attention, and had banished a group of gods to the material plane, where they had experienced a real sense of helplessness. Since then, no god would easily descend to the material plane with their true body. The reason was simple. They had discovered that the material plane was not a paradise, and they could be killed by ordinary things and have their divinity taken away. The reason why the God of Gods had done so was to maintain the safety of the multiverse. He believed that the gods were merely agents of the priesthood, or rather, they were merely symbols in philosophy. But the problem was that this symbol had self-consciousness, and the divine power that they had mastered had the power to change reality. Many disasters had occurred in the multiverse, and most of them were actually caused by unscrupulous gods. In order to prevent trouble before it happened, the God of Gods used thunderous means to inoculate all the gods. He made all the gods understand that matter was the basis of existence, and ensuring the safety of the material plane was his bottom line. If a god dared to descend to the material plane for their own selfish reasons and squander their divine power to change reality, the God of Gods would not show any mercy to them. After all, they were just tools used to symbolize the priesthood, and they were not irreplaceable. Although the above were only secrets passed down among the most powerful and oldest gods, the younger or weaker gods did not know much about it. All the gods had indeed developed a common sense. Unless it was a last resort, they should never let their true body descend to the material plane, because in that case, even if the God of Gods did not kill them, thousands of ambitious people would immediately rush over from all over the multiverse, like flies smelling a crack in an eggshell, and try to snatch the immortal glory from them. When that time came, although the gods were powerful, without the protection of the divine kingdom and the power of faith provided by the petitioners, they could still be crushed to death by the numerous adventurers like an elephant. It was not that no god had ever thought of establishing a holy kingdom in the material plane. In this way, on the one hand, it would be convenient for him to monopolize the belief of an entire plane. On the other hand, he could use the material plane as a barrier to defend against hostile gods. However, after witnessing the bleak or miserable experiences of many pioneers, most of the gods gave up on this idea. However, Stim wasn't so depressed. Instead, he came up with an original plan. It's not easy to establish a divine kingdom in a material plane, so I might as well establish a virtual divine kingdom. In any case, the main function of the divine kingdom for the gods was to accommodate the petitioners and concentrate their power of faith. Didn't some of the demon lords of the bottomless abyss and the devil lords of the 9 prisons of Bader also rely on virtual divine personas to obtain power comparable to the gods? Why can't I do the opposite and use the virtual divine kingdom and the virtual petitioners to provide energy for my godhood? After some research, and mainly because of the clergy of virtual games, Stim actually found a method that had a high chance of success. He bought the larva of an astral slug and quietly raised it in the Ramsey plane. He used his divine power to forcibly cultivate this silicon-based life form from an otherworldly creature into a species of this plane. With the help of the natural crystal components that grew in the body of this creature, Stim transformed it into a living game server. The virtual games that the dwarf priests and Ramses' human monks practiced on a daily basis were actually in the form of data, and they were mounted in the body of this astral slug. After more than 100 years of training, this astral slug had gradually evolved. Because he was a dwarf, Stim originally only wanted to upload the human believers of Ramses into this living server after they died to become virtual petitioners. However, due to the pressure of the army of King's Landing City, he could only let the emperor upload the dwarf residents of Steam City. Now, except for the souls of the other dwarf gods, the souls of the other residents had all become virtual petitioners and were uploaded into the body of this astral slug. It was no exaggeration to say that Stim's ambition of building a divine kingdom on land was only one step away from being realized. If he was allowed to complete this feat, then he could hardly be threatened anymore. Even a god as powerful as the dwarf god, Jar Dazzling Gold, would not be able to destroy this god of virtual games unless he dared to disobey the rules of the gods above and destroy the Ramsey plane. And the last step was for him to erase the astral slug's self, change his own race, and merge into this astral slug. By then, Stim's true body would be the divine kingdom, and the divine kingdom would be his true body. The cycle would repeat itself endlessly. However, it was as if there was an invisible hand in the unseen world that was always fiddling with the trajectory of Stim's fate. Just as this god was about to stabilize, Keyes actually dug a tunnel and directly crashed into the breeding room of this astral slug. The moment he saw the astral slug, the young blue dragon did not hesitate at all. He immediately opened his supergiant mouth, which had been famous for his prowess since he was a child. With just one bite, Keyes bit off a piece of flesh from the astral slug's body, along with crystals and wires. He chewed a couple of times and swallowed it down. The divine power restriction that Stim had placed on the astral slug's body kept retaliating, sending out violent explosions or sinister curses. However, the young blue dragon relied on his thick skin and thick flesh to ignore them. If not for the fact that the astral slug's body was so huge that it was comparable to Keyes' current body, the young blue dragon would have swallowed it whole in 2 or 3 bites. Of course, in the face of the gluttonous Megalosaurus, this astral slug was not willing to be its prey. Not only did it immediately send out a distress signal to its master god, but it also began to try to use the virtual petitioners and the power of faith that they contributed to save itself. While it constantly used its divine power to repair its torso that Keyes was gnawing on it, it turned its head around to bite the young blue dragon instead. However, after being beaten by various types of powers such as psionic powers, spells, force field energy, and blazing sun power, it decisively gave up on the suicidal choice of competing with Keyes to see who could eat faster. How could it compare to the Megalosaurus that had the soul of the foodie empire? Therefore, it could only turn to its advantage and use its great divine power to restrain Keyes' gnawing. On the astral slug's crystal-like body, pulse-like lights flickered. In order to cause more damage to Keyes, it even drove some of the virtual petitioners to self-destruct at the Megalosaurus. It must be admitted that under the threat of death, the astral slug still burst forth with power that was not to be underestimated. The virtual petitioners kept self-destructing and really broke a few of the young blue dragon's teeth. However, as if they were destined opponents, after being wounded, Keyes' active self-adaptation ability suddenly kicked in. His body's resistance to the explosion of divine power became higher and higher. Not long after, even if the virtual petitioners self-destructed, the divine power that burst forth would be absorbed by the young blue dragon and used to repair the damage in his body. Under his skin that outsiders could not see at all, Keyes' evolution gate opened again. Although he had yet to produce new organs, many mysterious runes naturally extended from his bones and muscles, which were harder than refined gold, to sort out the divine power that rushed into his body and turn it into the driving force for evolution. his furnace-like stomach became more and more adapted to digest silicon-based life forms. When the astral slug's flesh and blood fell into his stomach, it turned into energy that nourished his body in a flash. What Quest didn't expect was that after absorbing a large amount of divine power, his quantum breathing organ, which hadn't changed for a long time, seemed to have suddenly become active. It was different from the hazy feeling in the past. It should be noted that although Keyes had used this extremely wonderful breath before, he could not fully master it himself. In the battle against the tyrant worm, the Lord of the Abyss, although he had used quantum breath to successfully erase the rationality of the other party's existence from a conceptual level, he still did not know how to effectively supplement it after that. He had tried to swallow the Nether River like a whale, and with the help of the power of the maze in the river, he could indeed charge a limited amount of quantum energy. But that was only adding to external objects. Every time he used his breath in the headquarters, he would have to go to the Nether River and drink, wouldn't he? But now, whether it was the divine power or the astral slug's flesh and blood that was naturally compatible with the virtual game priesthood, the quantum energy in his body began to become active, and he seemed to have a much deeper understanding of this wonderful power. Maybe Keyes' mind moved, and quantum energy instantly spread to his limbs and bones. Although the young blue dragon still had a clear appearance, its essence suddenly became a quantum state that was between existence and non-existence. At this moment, a killing spell composed of pure divine power suddenly bombarded Keyes. After receiving the astral slug's distress signal, Stim quickly rushed over to rescue his precious treasure. Because his clone had suffered in front of the young blue dragon, he was not careless at all. He directly used his divine power and authority to cast a divine spell that could seize the life and death of Keyes, a powerful mortal being. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. If he had come just a moment earlier, this vengeful blow would have at least seriously injured Keyes, a mortal being. Because of his mysterious quantum state, Keyes was conceptually between existence and non-existence, so Stim's observation was no longer accurate. His power was like punching cotton, and there was no point of resistance at all. Replacing it is also a method of devouring. After recovering from his daze, Keyes suddenly understood. Chapter 8:57. I can replace him. With a thought, Keyes' body suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the astral slug that was writhing nonstop became stiff. It did not have the ability to actively adapt, like Keyes did. The moment it fell into the quantum state, there was a serious disconnect between the consciousness of this giant slug and its body. Then, it was completely erased from the concept out of thin air. In the eyes of the dumbfounded Stim, Keyes' figure seemed to have merged with the astral slug that he had painstakingly cultivated, and the two were intertwined. On the figure of the young blue dragon, there seemed to be countless bloody mouths that opened at the same time and swallowed the astral slug without leaving anything behind. This was just his subjective observation, a cognitive product that was fed back to his own consciousness. In fact, did Keyes, who was in the quantum state, open his mouth? Did he open his mouth in the present, the past, or the future? Did the astral slug even exist in the first place? These questions were all unknown to him now. Fortunately, he was a god. If an ordinary mortal observed this scene, he would probably have died in an instant. Even so, there was a momentary pause in his brain as a god. Could this guy be an ancient evil creature? That would explain why he doesn't look like a megalosaurus. But aren't ancient evil creatures incompatible with gods? Could this guy be the god of ancient evil creatures? Unable to understand Keyes, who was in the quantum state, even if he was a god, there would still be a series of cognitive paradoxes. After all, although they had powers that were different from ordinary beings, they were not omnipotent and omniscient existences. Although the gods in the multiverse knew many secrets that mortals could not know, as representatives of the priesthood, they could only use it as a starting point and have a limited understanding of the linear causality products. The existence of the nonlinear discrete state was actually a mystery that they could never see through, and this was the natural limitation of the gods. Stim wanted to forcibly understand, but he was instantly subjected to an unbearable weight, and his incarnation immediately showed signs of instability. Even though he had sensed the danger, stopped thinking, and even forcibly deleted the memory of the previous moment, Stim's incarnation still couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of pale golden blood. At this moment, he could only remember the false memories he had constructed for himself. Keyes had swallowed the entire astral slug, which was the carrier of the divine kingdom of the material plane, when he was unprepared. Then he suffered a backlash and was severely injured. Stim could only use his false memories to find a reasonable explanation for his current situation. Fortunately, this god's brain worked fast enough. If he didn't realize that he was lying to himself, and instead continued to ponder over it, and then started to doubt himself, Keyes didn't have to do anything, and he would have already been driven out of the realm of his priesthood by his own self-doubt. That was close. The god's heart tightened, although he only remembered that he had been bitten back, and not the real truth. His emotions were the same. However, Stim was, after all, a person who could climb from an ordinary being to the throne of a god. He immediately adjusted his state of mind, and the way he looked at Keyes gradually regained its calmness and composure. "You will die here today," Stim said. Gods had always been strict with their words. Even gods who had priesthoods, such as lies and conspiracies, would never deceive themselves. Not to mention, at this moment, Stim only remembered that Keyes had swallowed the astral slug, which ruined his ambition to build a virtual divine kingdom on the land. He had now made up his mind to kill this megalosaurus today, no matter what. After saying that, he waved his hand gently and moved Quith and himself from the deep underground cave to the surface of Dwarf Island, as if it was as light as a feather. Thanks to the large-scale uploading of new lives launched by the Emperor in the Steam City, some of the souls of the dwarf residents had not been absorbed into the astral slug, which was the virtual divine kingdom. At this time, they had become the arms of Stim's incarnation. Although each soul that was transformed into a virtual petitioner only provided about half of the faith power of a real petitioner every day, as long as the astral slug stored it up, it would still be a considerable amount of wealth over a long period of time. But now, in order to slay the megalosaurus that had repeatedly ruined his plans, Stim could only treat those virtual petitioners as disposable items. He blended them into the essence of divine energy and directly used it to fill the emptiness of his own divine power. After all, there were originally almost 1 million residents in Dwarf Steam City. Even if the virtual petitioners that Stim could use were only a portion of them, it was still a considerable number. If they could all be converted into real petitioners in Stim's divine kingdom, it would not be impossible for the god of virtual games to instantly rise to the standard of an intermediate divine power. With so much divine power to squander, Stim's incarnation naturally did not have to be stingy. All sorts of divine spells rained down upon the blue dragon, youth like a rain of flowers. First, he blanketed Keyes with a wave of curses as if he was trying to gather a list of curse-type divine spells. He did not consider Keyes's spell resistance and immunity, seeking only the most. Then he began to mimic all sorts of evocation spells with divine spells, throwing sound waves, flames, ice, acid, and lightning at Keyes. Finally, Stim repeatedly used miracle spells to mimic instant death spells, delivering more than a dozen death decrees to Keyes to vent his anger. At first, the pensive Keyes had wanted to withdraw from his quantum form after devouring the astral slug. However, Stim's reckless bombardment extinguished that thought at once, and he obediently maintained his quantum form. Otherwise, if his resistance and immunity really did not hold, he would have lost half of his life. Thankfully, he managed to survive. This time, Stim's carpet bombing had shaken the entire dwarf island. Apart from the lack of radiation, it was no different from being bombarded by a nuclear bomb. After the powerful evocation spell, many mushroom clouds rose from the ground. This was caused by the smoke and dust from the explosion. The shock waves were like an iron plow, digging several feet deep into the spiral plains. The Jungle Foot Expeditionary Army that was fighting in the streets of the Steam City had no choice but to run to an open area to avoid the disaster caused by the earthquake. After the aftershocks, the pirates of Joms, who had climbed up a mountain to the east of Dwarf Island and were watching the pit fiend massacre the Steam City's ground forces, were all dug out from the ground by Naaman. They were like freshly unearthed yam eggs. What just happened? Fear gripped their hearts. The pit fiend, which had been full of vigor just a moment ago, was now riddled with scars and bruises. This was because Naaman had forcefully ordered the pit fiend to take a hit for his troops at the last moment. Chapter 8:58. North of the Iguana Strait near Coral City, an aquatic pygmy fishing boat was still working. Catching the fat fish that migrated due to the ocean currents in these waters was their most important livelihood during this period of time. Different from the common ships, this fishing boat was a double-hulled rack boat, mainly used to carry the fish that was caught. As for the aquatic pygmy crew, they actually all survived in the sea without any worries. The boss of the boat was an old grandmother. Since the great Lord God Dazzling Gold migrated here from Dwarf Island, she could be regarded as the third generation. She was very familiar with the means needed to make a living at sea. Standing at the bow of the rack boat, the old aquatic pygmy attached her lobster-like abdomen to a long pole. She kept looking at the distant sky, trying to judge whether there was a rainstorm or a gale through the changes in the sky. A feeling of uneasiness suddenly gripped her heart. Something was approaching, and armor and swords made a clanking sound, like a cold wind. The old grandmother turned around and saw a young dwarf standing behind her without her noticing. This was a native pygmy, not an aquatic subspecies. He was wearing golden armor that was adorned with jewels that were as numerous as the stars. Even the skin that was exposed had a noble golden luster. "Great God!" the old grandmother exclaimed. She had recognized that the pygmy who suddenly appeared looked exactly the same as the god statue she saw in the temple of His Majesty Dazzling Gold. He was Dazzling Gold's avatar, as a powerful god. As long as he was willing, even if it was his own avatar, Dazzling Gold could still make him split into many avatars to perform many different tasks. In some cases, this ability was very useful. For example, when the waters around Coral City were about to be attacked by undercurrents and tsunamis, the vigilant pygmy Lord God immediately split into tens of thousands of avatars to provide precious protection for his people. Before the old grandmother of the aquatic pygmies could recover from the surprise of encountering a god, she found that all her children and grandchildren, who had been setting up nets underwater, had all appeared on the rack boat. In the blink of an eye, they were all transferred to the port of Coral City. At this moment, the coral smoke pipes at the top of the temple, which was located in the most central area of the city, were spewing out colorful bubbles. These bubbles piled on top of each other and stuck together, eventually forming a barrier around the city. Not long after, many rack ships piled up in the harbor. After completing the task, the clone of the dwarf master god disappeared, and all of them merged back into a clone. The surging dark waves crashed against the barrier, finally revealing its hidden loftiness. Due to the resistance, the undercurrents lurking under the surface of the sea continued to rise along the bubble barrier, forming huge waves as high as dozens of stories. However, the seemingly fragile bubble barrier was exceptionally sturdy. When the huge waves hit it, it was as if they had hit a rock, turning into white bubbles and falling into the sea. Outside King's Landing City, Snyder, who had just returned to the Ramsey continent by teleportation, heaved a sigh of relief. He managed to make it back in time and prevented the situation from getting out of hand. Some elemental shamans from the Expeditionary Army were teleported back together with the steampunk half-lich. These people were originally just a reserve team, ready to fill the manpower gap in the Steam City. But now, they all had more urgent tasks. The Great Tsunami is coming. Snyder tore off the robe wrapped around his body, revealing his metal body, which was made of refined gold and mithril. On his square-shaped head, the exposed gears clicked together, and the steam whistle behind his head let out a whine. Mobilize your elemental spirits. Do your best to appease the uneasiness and anger of this sea and divert their attention. Following the order, the elemental shamans of the camels and polar bear men immediately took action. Some immediately inserted the totem poles they carried with them into the soil on the shore and began to chant incantations to communicate with the elemental spirits. Others followed Snyder's example and tore off their robes, jumped straight into the slightly cold sea, and instantly turned into super-large elemental creatures. These elemental shamans, who had turned into elemental creatures, were led by an elderly female who had turned into a water djinn. She was a hybrid leader of walrus and polar bear men in the island world. At this time, she had turned into a powerful water djinn with smooth green skin and deep blue eyes. She wore a necklace made of the skull of a hard-headed trout and pearls. Generally speaking, most adult water djinns were 16 feet tall and weighed about 2,500 pounds. But this water djinn, who had turned into an elemental shaman, was obviously of noble lineage. She was more than 20 feet tall, but even so, she could still stand firmly on the surface of the water without any sign of sinking. This was the talent of the water djinn. Like a mainstay, this elemental shaman took the lead and rushed toward the waves coming from the intersection of the sea and the sky. Two sharp teeth, which came from the walrus bloodline, protruded from her upper jaw. At first glance, she looked a little ferocious. Water manipulation. After turning into a water djinn, controlling the water flow seemed to be an instinct. She quickly disturbed the direction of the water flow within a few miles in front of her. The surging waves also rolled to the sides with the water flow, instead of rushing directly to the defensive line on the shore. The other shamans who had turned into elemental creatures also showed their magic. Some of the shamans who had transformed into water elemental elders dove into the waves and used their bodies to drive more waves, forcibly changing the direction of part of the waves and allowing them to collide with the following waves on their own. Some shamans who had turned into water elemental creatures erected totem poles in the surging waves. Compared to their companions on the shore, they were more adept at mobilizing the elemental spirits in this water area. With the joint efforts of the elemental shamans, the momentum of the tsunami was temporarily restrained. When it hit the harbor of King's Landing City, the waves, which were originally as high as dozens of stories, had shrunk to a height of only a dozen feet. The damage caused was undoubtedly much smaller. While commanding the spellcasters, the steampunk Demolic was also trying hard to recite a tedious spell. If he wanted to use a legendary level spell, he couldn't make any mistakes. He constantly grabbed a handful of magic material powder from the storage compartment on his metal body and threw it into the spell model that was gradually taking shape in front of him. Finally, when Snade finally finished all the preparation work, he immediately stretched out his mechanical palm and pushed it forward. The model that was emitting strong magic waves suddenly dissipated. The spell set by the legendary Demolic immediately merged with the world, silently changing the power of all kinds of rules in the environment within a radius of hundreds of miles. Hundreds of miles away from King's Landing City, dozens of tiny but shining ice cores suddenly appeared. They were the ice cores that Snyder had created using the extremely precious ice chips from Zeus Kerr's core. The extreme cold instantly froze a large area of seawater, forming towering glaciers floating on the surface of the sea. Unlike ordinary glaciers, which were in the form of a mixture of ice and water, the glaciers constructed using the body of an abomination were completely frozen from the bottom of the sea to the tip. Before the spell effect ended, these glaciers would continue to freeze. The heat in the surrounding seawater was constantly transferred to these ice cores, and the transfer of heat caused the water flow to change. Most of the waves that were about to rush towards King's Landing City were forcibly separated and turned towards these glaciers, where they froze. When the spell lost its effect, these glaciers would not be able to hold on for long before being broken by the subsequent waves. Then, like large pieces of ice, they would be pushed forward by the waves, tearing apart the northern coastline of the Ramsey continent. In this way, a large part of the destructive energy contained in the tsunami was once again disintegrated. By the time it reached King's Landing City, the tsunami that was originally comparable to the destruction of heaven and earth had become much lighter and was no longer a threat to the majestic city. To be honest, this flow of glaciers was even more dangerous than a tsunami. However, under Snyder's careful calculations, the final location of these glaciers cutting into the Ramsey continent was at least 2,000 miles away from King's Landing City. In the end, a Demolic was a Demolic. One could not expect him to have the character of a paladin. He was willing to harm others for his own benefit. As the epicenter of this disaster that affected most of the Ramsey Plain, the situation on Dwarf Island was actually very bad. However, just like the wind speed in the eye of a storm, it was much lower than the outside world. Although the expeditionary army of King's Landing City that landed on the island suffered from the shock waves, they did not suffer from the terrifying natural disasters that had accumulated and escalated further. Even the huge steel fleet that stopped a few miles away from Dwarf Island did not suffer from the disaster. Of course, it was inevitable that a few ships would capsize, but a large flagship like the Eastern Shionway was still in good condition. This was due to the powerful magic barrier on the ship, the timely response of the crew, and the timely rescue of the Leviathan airships. As an airship that was half biological and half mechanical, the Leviathan airship was much more flexible and adaptable than ordinary steel ships in the face of natural disasters. For example, the Nepherman Dis, which was assisting Nero in controlling the behemoth, had teleported away from the battle zone of Steam City before the shock waves arrived. He directly dived to the bottom of the sea and extended a tentacle-like rope to help the Eastern Shionway stabilize its center of gravity in the waves. However, this did not mean that the expeditionary army of King's Landing City did not suffer any damage. Some of the troops that landed on the island did not even have time to retreat to the open area and were directly buried under the collapsed rubble. The officers and Marines wearing the fanatic armor were still fine. They could withstand a certain amount of damage and save themselves. However, if ordinary soldiers were buried under the rubble, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. Chapter 8:59. The Emperor had finally escaped from the heavens. He was blown out of the bowl-shaped arena by the hurricane. The Saint Samurai who chased after him, faced with a rare natural disaster, had to choose to save their own lives in the end, even though they had the intention to continue chasing. Under the protection of Jensen and the two blazing Templars, the Paladins managed to survive the violent shockwave. When the storm subsided, they were surrounded by gravel, rubble, strange ointment jars, boilers, and instruments. It was like the scene after an impromptu ritual. There were many broken offerings piled up on the ground. Although this was only a small part of Steam City, It was not impossible to see how tragic the catastrophe was. Buried under the ruins, 9 out of 10 of the emperor's bones had been shattered by the violent shock wave. But he was still conscious, and as soon as the disaster subsided, he gathered his thoughts. Ho ho ho! Bah! While laughing hysterically like a jackal, he spat out sticky sputum with traces of blood in his mouth. The emperor gathered his strength and wanted to use the advanced teleportation spell to leave this dangerous place immediately. There are hundreds of thousands of monsters in Steam City, enough to keep you busy for a while, he thought maliciously. And that damn reptile, I'm afraid it's being bitten by Stim like a mad dog. At this time, he just wanted to leave Dwarf Island as soon as possible and retreat to the Ramsey continent. When he got there, he would wait and see. If Stim killed the reptile, then he could continue to stir up trouble in the Ramsey continent. If Stim was killed by Stim, then Keys would most likely suffer a great loss. He could also escape from this plane without worrying about being hunted down for a while. It was a pity that even though the emperor had a good plan, the development of the situation did not go according to the script in his heart. When the effect of advanced teleportation gradually dissipated, this guy was preparing to cast a spell to repair the damage on his body. The damage caused by the group of sacred samurai, coupled with the subsequent blast wave, had almost killed him. But at this moment, there was a sonorous sound behind the emperor's head. Someone had attacked him. Who dares? Because of his injuries, the emperor was a little slow in dodging, and a warhammer hit him squarely on the shoulder. With just this one attack, his entire arm was ground to dust. The emperor, who was both shocked and furious, looked up. A sturdy dwarf with a cold and stern appearance, wrapped in chainmail, had suddenly appeared behind him without him noticing. This guy's brown eyes flashed with anger called hatred. He held a warhammer in one hand and a round shield in the other. The way he looked at the king was as if he was looking at his mortal enemy. Galdar! The emperor could not help but exclaim. It turned out that the person who appeared in front of him was Galdar Ironhand, the god of protection of the dwarf divine system, who was also known as Stern and Shield of the Golden Hills. Or to be more precise, this was an avatar of a god with the same level of divine power as Stim, both of them being lesser gods, but with a higher combat prowess. Damn monster! After receiving the order from the Lord God. Even though Galdar did not blame him for the death of millions of dwarfs on Dwarf Island in the Ramsey Plain, due to his own domain, Galdar still felt deeply guilty for not being able to fulfill his duty as a guardian. In his mind, the emperor was already at the top of the must-kill list. Stern God's hatred for him had already surpassed that of some of the gods in the Earth Spirit System and Kobold God System. The most obvious manifestation of this was that as a god of the lawful good camp, Galdar could not help but swing his warhammer at the emperor when he saw him, even though he did not like to attack his opponents secretly. However, because his warhammer was called Hammer of Song, every swing would be accompanied by a sonorous sound wave attack. So, strictly speaking, the strike just now was not a sneak attack. However, once Galdar attacked, he was merciless and smashed the emperor's entire arm into meat paste. This was also in line with his name of Iron Hand. Seeing that he did not kill this villain with one strike, Galdar's avatar became furious. He pushed the Shield of the Golden Hills forward with his left hand. With this round shield as the center, a visible ripple of force field instantly rippled out. The emperor wanted to retreat, but his ankles suddenly broke with a kacha sound. It turned out that this was the mind stimulation wave that Galdar was famous for. The ripple of force field was just a disguise, just like other dwarfs who were good at using illusions. The real killer was actually the god who used his power to cause damage to the target. Because dwarfs were small in size, Galdar, as their god of guard, had always taught them to pay special attention to attacking the legs of tall opponents. The emperor, who was wearing the skin of Wendigo, did not notice and had his ankle broken by Galdur's divine power. And because of the characteristics of divine power, the injury he suffered could not be healed unless Galdar died. Even if he was lucky enough to escape today, and then used a secret technique to reincarnate and change his skin, the injury of his broken leg would still work on his new body. But how could Galdar let him go today? The great Lord God had already told him that today he sent his avatar to the Ramsey Plain to kill this scourge once and for all when the Emperor was severely injured. Time illusion, Jeldal exclaimed. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared around him. Each of them was himself at a node in the future or the past that he temporarily extracted from the long river of time with his divine power. The moment these Sterners were summoned, they immediately understood the reason why they were here. They were all enraged by the sins that the Emperor had committed against the dwarf race. They all picked up their hammers and round shields and chased after the crippled enemy. Take the bamboo shoots, the familiar recipe, the familiar smell. Dozens of avatars of gods rushed toward him together. The Emperor felt that this was worse than being surrounded and beaten by those sacred warriors not long ago. If he was in his heyday, he might still have a way to turn the situation around. Even if he could not beat them, he could still run away. But now he was an arrow at the end of its flight. It was even a little difficult for him to use advanced teleportation. So, this ambitious person tried his best to resist for a moment, but in the end, he was knocked down to the ground by the time illusion of those gods. Dozens of divine weapons, hammers of song, fell on the Emperor's body like pounding rice. The Emperor collapsed. Chapter 860. After admiring Stim's ferocious maneuvers, Keyes couldn't help but inwardly click his tongue. It was fortunate that he didn't deactivate his quantum form, or he would have been the unlucky one to take the brunt of the maniacal god's attacks head-on. Now, it was the land that was taking the blame for him. Under the full power of the god of virtual games avatar, the swirling plains in the heart of Dwarf Island bore the brunt of his attacks, and had now become a new basin. Large amounts of underground water gushed out, mixing with the flames and magma in other places, producing incessant hissing sounds. There was no trace of the country house and farm that the distinguished dwarves of Steam City had built here. Only some crumbling walls were left, as if telling of what had happened here. After spending most of the divine power in his body, Keyes, who had been hiding for long enough, finally broke free from his quantum state. The young blue dragon returned to the material plane, ready to do his best to eradicate the mad god. However, someone was one step ahead of him. A glittering cloud of gold dust suddenly appeared out of thin air, spiraling over the heavily damaged land. The golden cloud seemed to exist unreal, and then turned into a glittering dwarf. It was a handsome dwarf with golden skin, and the hue of his eyes was forever changing. Beneath his flowing silk cloak was a chainmail armor that looked like it was made of gold, and in his hand was a huge axe that didn't match his figure. He was dazzling. Moreover, unlike the usual bright coal sacrificial image of the gods, the chief god of the dwarves had sent out his own battle avatar. The double-edged axe in his hand was a heaven-sent weapon called a Rundina. Usually, this weapon with its own intelligence was addressed as a female, acting as both Gar's weapon and Gar's close friend. The glittering Arundina could easily split stones, as if they were just air, and easily break through metal armor, as if it didn't exist. Carrying the axe, Gar had convinced more than one god who had been pranked by him to put aside their anger and smile. That was why Arundina was also known as the Defender. However, Gar Dazzling wasn't here to defend his prank today. The dwarf god was really angry this time. The actions of the god of virtual games, Stim, had provoked the father of dwarves and king of the Golden Hills, and he had made up his mind to destroy the scum of the dwarven gods. Without a word, Guard Dazzling's battle avatar turned into a breeze and lunged at Stim. At the moment in preparation for Keys's attack, the god of virtual games had turned his avatar into the appearance of the demon King Chongji, a new form that the Emperor had helped him to obtain. And in Guard Dazzle's view, that was enough to be called deviant. Looking at the burly demon in gorgeous armor, his sharp claws covered with rock skin and the fiery red horns on his head coiled like a crown, Garl Glittergold felt a burst of anger for no reason. "What kind of dwarf are you?" As the dwarf god roared, the sun in the sky suddenly burst into a dazzling halo. The ground of the Swirl Plains, now the Swirl Basin, trembled incessantly as golden vines broke out of the ground and surged to the surface. In addition to being a dwarf as a great divine power, Garl Dazzling Gold also had many different fields of clergy: sun, earth element, plant, order, healing, illusion, deception, trade, and so on. Therefore, when the emotions of this battle clone were fully aroused, all of his divine domain exerted some influence on the physical world, and this was only one clone of Gar's Dazzling Gold. That was why the exalted god had forbidden the true form of God to set foot on the physical plane, and that was the reason why the exalted god had forbidden his true form to set foot on the physical plane. As a bystander, Keys was at a loss for what to do with the sudden change. The dwarf god had interfered and snatched the script that should have belonged to him. However, just as Sui Xiong was wondering if he should help, a faint voice suddenly sounded in the mind of the young blue dragon. "Don't resist. Prepare to teleport." Before he could finish his sentence, Quest felt the world spinning around him. Although he would not have such a strange feeling if he used a high-level teleportation spell, how could other people's spells be completely suitable for him? In particular, teleporting a giant beast like him, whose body was so huge that there was no suitable classification to describe it, required a huge amount of energy. How could it be so easy to precisely control it? Fortunately, the dizziness did not last long. When Keys came back to his senses, he found himself on a rocky ground. The steel-like blue sun emitted a dim light, and a vast plain was separated by jagged rocky mountains everywhere. The strange ponds near them were roughly covered by them. This was obviously not the scene on Dwarf Island, and it was unlikely that they were still in the Ramsey Plain. "We've come to Stim's divine kingdom." Keys looked over and saw a small figure floating in the air, looking at him. He was wearing a platinum priest's robe, and a smoldering coal was attached to a necklace in front of his chest. He was also the incarnation of Guard Dazzling Gold. However, unlike the non-mainstream bandit battle incarnation in the Ramsey Plain, the one that appeared in front of the young blue dragon was a bright coal priest incarnation, Great Lord of the Golden Hills. Keys did not underestimate him because of his small stature, and he respectfully greeted Guard Dazzling Gold's incarnation. Guard Dazzling Gold nodded. "My army of petitioners, the Blade of Arundina, is reforming the petitioners in Stim's divine kingdom." Although he did not explain the specific method of conversion, Keys could guess that there was more to it than words. And this incarnation of mine has been deceiving the god of virtual games, so that he does not realize that his divine kingdom is under attack. This prank has been going on for decades. Keys could not help but be shocked by the dwarf god's words. The young blue dragon could not help but sigh. Great divine powers were indeed ridiculously powerful, and their might was not something that mortals or lesser divine powers could imagine. "Now, it's time for this show to come to an end." As he spoke, the coal that was smoldering in front of Guard Dazzling Gold's chest suddenly shone with a dazzling radiance that even the blue sun in the sky could not compare. "The divine kingdom and the gods are one and the same. The sun here is the energy engine of STEM's virtual games. The jagged peaks here are his processing nodes. The pools here are the products of his virtual games. The power of the gods has its limits, and I cannot destroy the products of his divine order, but he is indeed sinful. The bright coal priest's incarnation abruptly ignited, turning into specks of gold that disappeared into STEM's divine kingdom. Therefore, I am willing to pay the price of an incarnation to completely block his senses. I command thee, the most powerful of mortals, to completely destroy STEM and his divine kingdom, cutting off any possibility of revival for this scum of the dwarven pantheon. Chapter 8:61. And then, hundreds of years after Keyes' reputation as the God-Slayer spread, several scholars who were dedicated to the study of the history of the scale of perpetual order gathered around a small round table, listening attentively to a lecture by a Ph.D. scholar. They were all employees of the scale of perpetual order. Since they were having lunch and had nothing to do, it wouldn't hurt to talk about those legends. Hearing the urging of his colleagues, the scholar with a heart-shaped bun on his head smiled. Storytellers have to set traps, or else how can I get you to treat me next time? I'll have to whet your appetite first. Lowering their heads, the scholar's colleagues exchanged glances. Without further ado, they picked up the scholar and walked towards the door of the restaurant. There were still hundreds of scrolls that needed to be copied and categorized in the afternoon, so it would be great if they could get a helper. What are you doing? I haven't finished eating yet. We're just whetting your appetite too. Of course, this was a story for another time. When Keyes returned to the Ramsey plane, the truth about the fall of the god of virtual games had become a case without any leads. Moreover, there were indeed some gods and ambitious gods who wanted to inherit the virtual games' divine title that STEM had vacated. But no matter what they tried, they were unable to condense that divine title again. Based on logical inference, some people proposed some hypotheses. For example, Keyes had directly killed his way into STEM's divine kingdom on the day Dwarf Island sank. This terrifyingly powerful megalosaurus might have been the God-Slayer who wanted to prevent the gods from becoming complacent. Not only did Keyes kill the god's true form, but he also destroyed the divine kingdom that represented his divine title. However, Keyes had never admitted that he had done this. He had never admitted that on that day he had destroyed the mountains and rivers of STEM's divine kingdom with his colossal body. He had never admitted that on that day he had swallowed all the fragments of the divine kingdom that could be digested into his stomach. He had never admitted that on that day Gar's dazzling gold had a nervous and surprised expression when he saw him swallowing the fragments of the divine kingdom without restraint. He had never admitted that on that day he had released more than 30 quantum breaths in an extravagant manner, completely wiping out all the fragments of the divine kingdom that could not be digested from the very concept of it. However, from that day onwards, the gnome god Gar Dazzling Gold seemed to have changed his temperament. He had sternly warned every gnome god in the Golden Hills more than once, including the god of evil and greed, Erdlian, who was not very obedient to his teachings. In the future, remember not to mention the name of the Megalosaurus in the list of pranks. There is definitely something wrong with that guy. Even some gods who were on good terms with Gar Dazzling Gold, such as the gods of the Yodaha divine system and the Moradin divine system, and the god of luck, Tamora, had all received some short messages from the gnome god. As for the gods who were not on good terms with him, such as the gods of the Goblin divine system and the Cobalt divine system, Gar Dazzling Gold did not deliberately create conflict between them and Keyes. After all, he himself had said that he was not to play pranks on Keyes. However, after learning that there were a large number of Erdlian Kobold airmen and Dragonborn kobolds in the scale of perpetual order, Gar Dazzling Gold felt that the remaining 3 gods of the Kobold divine system were probably in for a bad time. Fortunately, I did him a favor that day. When Stim's divine kingdom collapsed, the clone of the god of virtual games that he had left behind in the Ramsey Plain lost its foundation. The demon king Chongji, who was still desperately resisting Gar Dazzling Gold's non-mainstream, heavy-armored bandit combat clone, instantly lost its backbone. The gnome god swung Arundina, the defender, and cut off its ugly head that looked like a demon, but was many times larger. Having lost the blessing of his divine kingdom and his true form having fallen, Stim's demon king Chongji's clone was naturally deader than dead. However, for some reason, probably due to his divine domain of prophecy, which he had never admitted, Gar Dazzling Gold did not use his divine power to crush the demon king Chongji's divine body into dust. He mobilized his great divine power and cleansed this divine body again and again. After confirming that Stim and the Emperor's brand could not possibly exist, Gar Dazzling Gold actually reinstalled his head after his fall. The divine body could no longer be described as he onto his body, and used his boundless great power to forcefully change the demon King Chongji's alignment. When Keys and the King's Landing Expeditionary Force returned in triumph, the demon King Chongji, who had become an absolute neutral like a construct, became the biggest and only prize that could be displayed in this punishment war. Later on, Keys transformed his flesh and blood into Leviathan, and in the end, his morale became another secret weapon of the Scale of Perpetual Order. Since then, in the Scale of Perpetual Order's trade with the inner elemental planes, the demon King Chongji appeared many times as a mediator or a security supervisor. Due to the deterrence of the demon King Chongji to the demons, although the demons themselves were born from the demons, the various demons actually fed on the demons, and the demon King Chongji was a great demon king who stood at the top of the ranks of all demons. Therefore, those unruly demons would give him some face and would not dare to go too far. Therefore, the great gift that Gar Dazzling Gold gave to Keys was not only valuable, but also very useful. It was enough to show his sincerity. In return, in the second year after the end of the expedition, King's Landing City took the initiative to establish a reciprocal trade alliance with a small country in the outer sea. King's Landing City took the initiative to become the agent of those aquatic midgets, buying the products of Coral City at a rather sincere price and selling them throughout the Ramsey continent. At the same time, King's Landing City also sent the land products that the aquatic midgets needed at a very low price. As for Keys, because he had swallowed a god's divine kingdom, although he had just entered the age of a young megalosaurus, he had fallen into a state similar to dragon sleep. However, fortunately, he had the experience of digesting the astral slug raised by Stim, so he transformed himself into a quantum state in time. It only took a year or two for him to completely wake up. Ash's world, Dragonkin territory. Due to the deliberate management of the Scale of Perpetual Order, this territory, which was originally formed by a few Kobold Dragonkin clans, had developed rapidly in the past few decades. In addition to some merchants from this plane who would come here to trade, even some merchants from other planes would come here to sell goods or purchase some specialties of the Ash's world. In short, the Dragonkin territory was like a pearl in the Ash's world. However, although it was located in the hinterland of the Medici Empire, it had no subordinate relationship with the Empire at all. Chapter 862. In Bite City of the Medici Empire, this year's Opat festival had just ended. Pharaoh, who had just ascended the throne, was still busy browsing through the various data compiled by his attendants. When the Pasha of each province came to the capital to report on their duties, they brought with them a summary of the tax and trade situation. Your Majesty Ma Ko. An attendant quickly walked up to the young pharaoh, knelt on one knee, and presented a stack of papyrus-bound account books. This is a summary of the various commercial and civil data of Nome Special Province. After verification, the proportion of agricultural tax in the province this year has dropped by 30%, and the commercial tax has nearly doubled. The growth rate is the fastest among all the provinces in the empire. Pharaoh took the account book and flipped through it. If there is really a problem, can it be solved with just a few pieces of paper? Mako could not help but twitch his mouth, but he still asked. Food is one of the foundations of the country. Nome's special province is densely populated. If it needs to buy food from the neighboring provinces, will it cause an overall shortage of food in the empire? The attendant who had been following Pharaoh since the beginning of his seclusion, how could he not understand the meaning behind the young ruler's words? But out of loyalty and professional ethics, he still decided to tell the truth. Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible. In fact, the reason why agricultural tax in Nome's special province has dropped is actually because the Megalosaurus Pasha has reduced the proportion of agricultural tax by 70%. And under such circumstances, the total agricultural tax in the province has only dropped by 30% compared to the year before, which means that the total food production of Nome has actually increased a lot compared to before. Hearing this, Mako knew that he could not find fault in this matter, so he waved his hand and dismissed the attendant. The young pharaoh sat upright on the throne. The light of the eternal blaze shone through the transparent crystal dome of the audience hall, covering the king's figure in a bright light curtain. No one could see the expression on his face. You're really raising a tiger. Just as Mako was secretly angry, a series of squeaking noises that sounded like the gnawing of insects suddenly rang out in the audience hall. Pharaoh immediately suppressed his thoughts. After all, someone had come to visit him. Of course, it was a stretch to say that the visitor was a human. Like a broken mirror, a flaming red humanoid creature suddenly appeared in the audience hall. Her figure was similar to a human's, but her face looked like a mix between an insect and a reptile. She had 4 strong arms and wore a sleeveless plate armor that seemed to be made of obsidian. She was a Sill who lived in the Ether realm. The Sirs were the scourge of the realm of Ether. They wanted to conquer everything they came into contact with. In order to make their race last for generations, they did not hesitate to sacrifice others. All Syrians were females who could lay eggs, but they needed a living host to hatch their eggs. They used the hidden oviducts in their mouth parts to inject eggs into the bodies of paralyzed targets. Although they looked strange and evil and acted more like wild beasts and barbarians, the Sirs, who could travel between planes with the help of the Ether realm, were actually very intelligent. They had a totalitarian culture and saw all other races as incubation tanks or potential incubation tanks. But among the many creatures, they especially loved monsters like the phase spiders. Your Majesty Mako, after descending from the Ether realm to the material plane, the Sill immediately bent down and bowed deeply to Pharaoh, who was sitting in the middle of the audience hall, to express her respect and friendliness. You are Chuck. Although it was not the first time they had met, it was still difficult for humans to distinguish a Sill from her appearance. The young pharaoh had to look at the inscriptions engraved on the Sill's plate armor to identify her. Didn't I ask the queen for a note? Without permission, all diplomatic envoys of Sirs have to report to the Foreign Affairs Registration Office in Bite City first before they can come to meet you. As he spoke, a surge of magic waves gushed out of the pharaoh's body. After Keys killed the previous pharaoh, the Medici Empire did not confer a new Grand Vader. Instead, they used the Obsidian Council to collect the treasures of the previous Grand Vader and used most of them on themselves. Under the heavy pressure, the Sill envoy trembled with fear. Your Majesty, please forgive me. If not for the lack of sweat glands, Chuck would have sweated profusely. I have no choice but to visit. After all, we can't leak any information about the assault task force. So it's because of this. Mako understood. In the beginning, the Medici Empire and the Sil had no contact with each other. However, after taking over most of the overseas territories of the Neon Empire, some races from other planes who used to trade slaves with the Neon Empire all hoped to establish contact with Medici. Among them, a large number of slaves were imported from the Neon Empire as incubators in the realm of ether. Although the Medici Empire abolished slavery in the era of the Hero King, due to the great expansion of their territory, in order to maintain the stability of their rule, they did not ban the slave trade in the overseas territories of the Neon Empire. However, they also set a 10-year deadline for this. Before the death of the previous pharaoh, the slave trade was completely stopped at the official level. Originally, the trade between the Sil and the Ashes world should have been stopped. However, these evil races in the realm of ether had some friction with the scale of perpetual order in the Ashes world because of the hunting rights of monsters like the phase spiders. It turned out that with the expansion of the scale of trade, monsters like the phase spiders, which could carry items between the material plane and the realm of ether, were quickly selected by the scale of perpetual order as special beasts of burden. This rich and powerful chamber of commerce not only directly encircled the land, but also set out to build some domestication and breeding bases in the material plane like the Ashes world to cultivate some special phase spiders from young. There was no doubt that the operation of the scale of perpetual order angered the Sil, who had always regarded the phase spiders as their own rice. A few years ago, they had raised an army and carried out a large-scale siege on the Chamber of Commerce's ranch in the realm of ether. However, at that time, Keys had just digested Stim's god's kingdom. The young blue dragon, who had woken up from a daze, wanted to move his body and find a place to solve the problem of food. He could not always eat in the Ramsey Plain. Otherwise, with Key's body size, if he let go of his stomach, no matter how many supergiant monsters there were in that plane, it would not be enough for him to eat. He directly broke into the vast realm of ether and intervened in the Chamber of Commerce's 3-year ranch defense war. There was no suspense in the outcome. When this terrible megalosaurus opened its mouth and ate and drank to its heart's content, the Sil population, which had once been all over the realm of ether, directly decreased by nearly 1/10, and the queen changed 3 times. For this reason, some elemental apostles, who had been fighting this evil creature in the realm of ether for a long time, deliberately contacted the scale of perpetual order and conveyed some gratitude from some kind gods. Since then, although the Sil no longer dared to fight against the scale of perpetual order on the surface, they had secretly regarded the Chamber of Commerce and Keys as their mortal enemies. These evil creatures with ulterior motives were always thinking about how to make trouble for the scale of perpetual order and cause some damage. Of course, they did not dare to go too far. If they attacked the large-scale ranches in the realm of ether again, who knew how many queens would have to be replaced? Therefore, they set their sights on the scale of perpetual order's breeding base in the world of ashes. And it was precisely because of this that the Sil once again secretly established contact with Medicus Pharaoh Mako. After all, they had already asked around. That terrible megalosaurus seemed to be the vassal of this pharaoh. The Nome region that he was in charge of was a special province of Medicus. Chapter 863. As a race of the Order Evil Alignment, the Seer rarely carried out important military operations without proper preparation. If they wanted to carry out a surgical operation on the scales of eternal order in the Ash world, they naturally had to be very careful in their assessment. In the past few years, the Seer had spent a lot of wealth looted from the realm of ether to support Mako, who was hostile to the scale of perpetual order, to ascend to the throne of Pharaoh. They had even helped Mako, who was still in hiding, to assassinate a few of his brothers. What the sirens wanted in return was more accurate information and information about the scales of Eternity Merchant Guild that Pharaoh Mako could obtain as Pharaoh Mako. Out of a common goal, the monarch of the Medici Empire had also hinted that he would provide some cover for the seer's actions when necessary. After all, how could he allow others to sleep beside him? As long as the Nomo province and the Dragonborn clan dominion existed in the Medici Empire, the supreme authority that he, the pharaoh, should have in this land would be challenged. But even so, the seer, who had faced the horror of the young blue dragon, did not act rashly. In fact, in recent years, other than contacting Mako from time to time, they had not carried out any specific actions. So much so that the young pharaoh had begun to suspect that these strange creatures with 4 arms had given up halfway, or were they seriously procrastinating? Of course, the answer to this question was no. How could the vengeful seer forget the suffering that keys and the scale of perpetual order had caused them? The reason why they did not take action was that they had been waiting for a sharp knife to be sharpened. In the realm of Hadis, known as the Grey Wilderness, 333 ghost nannies and green nannies gathered around a taller leader of the night nannies and were listening to the preaching before the ceremony. We have no choice. The nannies, who had lavender skin, a sharp nose, and a pair of angular ram horns on her head, said loudly, "If we can't create a powerful Altoros demon, then we will no longer be able to resist the abominable the scale of perpetual order. All our existing larvae and soul prisms trade will be destroyed." Although there was no friendship between the Anababas, and this unique Anababas named Shanka compared to the other Anababas who wore ragged clothes and had a skinny appearance, Shanka not only had a plump figure, but also a beautiful face that did not resemble Anababa's at all, had been the target of their jealousy for many years. However, her words still resonated with all the Anababas who attended this gathering. Even if they did not want to admit it, Shanka was indeed the most successful rising star of the nannies in the past few hundred years. Her most legendary experience was that she had used her beauty to charm Asopos, the Lord of Vengeance of the Glaiths, and successfully prevented her merchant group from being attacked by the Glaiths in the Grey Wilderness for no reason. Just this advantage alone allowed her to earn much more than many of her kind in the trade with the Yugalos of the Scorching Inferno. In the current environment where many nannies had to rely on the Yugoloths, Shanka was one of the few who could organize her own merchant group to compete with the Yugoloths. Every Anababa knows our history. Except for Lady Kaji Luna, the goddess of Anababa, we rarely attach ourselves to other gods. Why is that? Isn't it because we're proficient in creating powerful guardians? Weren't the Yugoloths, who prospered because of the bloody war, originally created by our ancestors to complete the contract with the Lord of the 9 prisons of Bader? Even the strongest of the Yugoloths, the Lord of the Yugoloths, the Scorching Inferno General, and the God of the Yugoloths, which one of them is not the Altoros that we created to protect ourselves. If translated into the language of the nannies, the so-called Altoros were actually champions. No one knew how the nannies came to understand the magic formula to transform the Yugoloths into super demons. Some people said that it was the goddess of the nannies, Kaji Luna, who developed it and used it as a tool for her followers to maintain their dominance in the Grey Wilderness. But in fact, anyone who had some understanding of the gods in the multiverse knew that Kaji Luna had never cared about the well-being of her descendants. The more likely situation was that a group of clever old nannies encountered a serious crisis and came up with the idea of a champion. No matter what the truth was, the nannies would not say it, and the Yugoloths would not even mention it. Both sides had good reasons to hide this matter well. For the nannies, creating an Altoros was extremely taxing. They had to voluntarily contribute part of their life essence. This would weaken them to a state of near powerlessness, and it would take months or even years for them to recover. If the news got out, there would be a lot of people preparing all kinds of weapons and taking advantage of their weakness to kill them. For the few Altoros, although there seemed to be no upper limit to their strength, it depended on the number of nannies who participated in the ritual and the proportion of their strength that they were willing to contribute. For example, in order to create the scorching Inferno General, who was comparable to the Lord of Bader and some other powerful gods, it was said that more than 3,000 nannies participated in the ritual. However, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, the ritual was not only very strict, but also very strict. If there was a slight mistake, both the nannies who participated in the ritual and the Yugoloths who underwent the transformation would die. It was still a legend that in order to create the scorching Inferno General, only 3 of the nannies who participated in the ritual survived. After the ritual was completed, the created Altoros had to obey the commands of their creators unconditionally until the time limit of the contract was reached, except for a few smart Altoros demons, who used their superior wisdom to find some loopholes in the contracts that had been optimized for generations and regained their freedom. The rest of the Altoros demons were still working for the Anababas who created them for free. Even if they were many times more powerful than their creators, they still had to obey their commands. What was even more frightening was that the Anababas were the weakness of the Altoros demons. As long as one of the Anababas who participated in the ritual and survived was killed, the Altoros demons that they created would also die. Therefore, for the sake of their own lives, the Altoros demons could only try their best to hide their Anababas in a secret place. If the Scorched General only hid 3 Anababas, it would be fine. However, if too many Anababas survived the ritual, the demon of Altoros would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. If he stood out too much, many people would start looking for his creator. Therefore, whether it was the Altoros demons or the Altoros demons, they would tacitly keep the ritual a secret. Often, only the most powerful and knowledgeable Altoros could learn the process of the ritual from some secret books. If she wanted to create another champion of her own, she had to gather and brainwash a group of other Altoros, like Shanka. Under the condition of hiding the death rate of the ritual, she had to find a suitable way to make her fellow Altoros die in the process of the ritual. Chapter 864. After the speech, Shanka swayed her plump waist and slowly walked down the platform that was specially made for this speech. As her clothes fluttered, the lines of runes on the platform gradually faded away, and the traces of the magic circle were cleaned up. If she wanted to make the 300-odd ghost nannies obedient, how could she not use some tricks? In order to create an Altoros demon, the Anababas had gathered in the cave, surrounding a large bronze cauldron in the middle of the cauldron. As Shanka shouted, "Light the fire!" a few Anababas carefully carried a ball of demonic fire from Nessus, the lowest level of the 9 prisons of Bader, into the pile of demon bones under the cauldron. The cauldron was filled with water from the river Styx and rotting larvae. As the fire roasted, the water began to boil. More than 10 Anababas operated a crane and hoisted an iron cage above the cauldron. As soon as the rising green smoke came into contact with the iron cage, the metal was corroded, and the Yugoloth demon that was locked inside fell into the cauldron. The viscous liquid splashed out, but as if it had hit an invisible barrier, it all flowed back into the boiling cauldron. All the Anababas, including Shanka, either took out a ceremonial dagger or directly pierced the veins on their wrists with their sharp nails. Foul blood slowly dripped from the shriveled blood vessels to the ground. The blood seemed to be pulled by some kind of force and began to squirm on the ground towards the cauldron. From this moment on, every Anababas had to concentrate on chanting the incantation, and the chanting time would take at least 6 months. Not only that, but as they voluntarily contributed their life essence, they would also slowly become weaker. Although the cave was very well hidden, many Anababas still released their night hounds to protect themselves. Not only did they have to guard against other creatures in the gray wilderness, but they also had to worry about their own kind. As the ritual went on, the pot of soup in the cauldron gradually dried up. After 5 months of boiling, the Yugoloth demon that was thrown into the cauldron had melted into nothing. The evil spirit and the soup inside had now turned into a wax-like substance. The large cauldron, made of bronze, had turned a demonic red after being heated for a long time. During this time, all of the Anababas were extremely tired and weak. Only Shanka, who was the strongest among them, still had the strength to move. Now, she was the only one who still had the strength to tear off the wings of some fiery demon bats that she had prepared beforehand and throw them into the flames below the cauldron to stabilize the temperature of the demonic fire. However, this was all she could do. Originally, she still had the strength to help some of the Anababas chase away their night hiss hounds, which had started to bite their owners due to extreme hunger. But since the beginning of this month, she didn't have the energy to care about these trivial matters. The life essence of any ghost nanny killed by the night hound would be instantly sucked away by the cauldron. The remaining corpse, which had more bones than flesh, became dog food for all the night hounds, filling the stomachs of these murderers who did not have a single strand of hair on their bodies. After all, if they were fed, they could at least ensure that there would be sufficient guards for a period of time. By the time the 7th month had passed, none of the ghost nannies were still standing. They were all sprawled on the ground, all over the place. But even so, they didn't stop chanting the incantation. Shanka, the leader of the night ghost army, had not even blinked for the past 7 months. Now, she was staring at the cauldron with her blood-red eyes, which were about to go blind from exhaustion. Almost there, she kept chanting. There was no more blood to flow out of her veins, but Shanka's spirit was extremely high at this time, because when she added the fiery demon bats to the cauldron, she found that the wax in the cauldron had not only all turned black, but there were also cracks on it. This meant that the Altoros demon was about to break out of its cocoon. It's coming out. Seeing numerous cracks suddenly appear on the red cauldron, Shanka's heart suddenly jumped to her throat. The leader of the night ghost granny battle group didn't even think about it. She had practiced countless times 7 months ago, so her muscles remembered. She immediately reached out to pull off an earring from her ear and quickly crushed the gem on it. In a flash, Shanka disappeared from her original position next to the cauldron and appeared behind all the Anababas. Many night hounds, who had lost their masters and wandered around wantonly and harbored malicious intentions, immediately surrounded her. However, the leader of the night ghost army did not even bother to look at them, because a blazing light was emitting from the cracks on the cauldron. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the sound reflected back and forth in the cave that was sealed by the Anababa's spells. Fortunately, the cave did not collapse. Before her voice could reach them, the bronze cauldron had already shattered into countless pieces. Countless pieces of metal and wax flew towards the Anababas who had gathered around the cauldron. Not to mention that these Anababas were now extremely weak. Even if they were as energetic as they were 7 months ago, they were still too weak to face the inevitable explosion ceremony that would inevitably accompany the birth of the Altoros demon. Therefore, almost all the Anababas who participated in the ceremony died in the violent explosion, or were torn apart by the shockwave or flying metal residue. Only Shanka was an exception. Just right, ha ha ha. The leader of the night ghost army was thrown to the ground by the explosion. When she got up, she coughed out a small pool of internal organs, but she still let out a wild laughter that sounded like the howling of an owl. This attracted the attention of the surviving night hounds, and these big evil dogs began to slowly surround Shanka. However, the night ghost army did not care at all, because her champion fighter had already been born. Not to mention these night hounds, even if a powerful demigod like Existence were to come here now, they would not be able to hurt her at all. Not to mention, she was good at scheming. When she prepared the Yugalos for the ceremony, she specially selected an individual with great potential, Joel Lek. Shanka roared. Then, a white whirlwind appeared around her. As the whirlwind subsided, the night hounds who were originally drooling and surrounding the leader of the night ghost army were all turned into piles of scattered meat. And on every piece of meat on the ground, there were traces of being torn by sharp teeth. A giant gnoll demon that was more than 10 feet tall, even with its back hunched, stood in front of Shanka. Although he had the appearance of a gnoll, his face was actually more like a hyena's. His fur was also covered with armor made of pale bones. It had 4 arms, each of which did not have a palm at the front. Instead, it was connected to the head of a hyenodon. However, what was really amazing about this newly born Altoros demon was not its appearance. In fact, after being transformed by the Anababas, only a few Altoros demons would retain the typical appearance of a Yugalos. The Anababas would give full play to their imagination and creativity when creating them. It was the name that Shanka had just mentioned. Go Lai Liku had once possessed unparalleled glory. Chapter 865. Joel Lek was once a god. He was a god in decline. In the prehistoric era, this god was at least a weak god, but because the gnolls turned to the giant gods, and then because of the rise of Yeenagu, Joel Lek was ruthlessly abandoned by the gnolls. In fact, this also had something to do with the laziness of this god. In the early gnoll myths, Joel Lek never bothered to dress himself as the creator of the race, so no god could play this role in front of the gnolls. In addition, the nature of the gnolls, they simply worshipped strength and power. After the rise of Yeenagu, the ability of the priest of the Abyss Lord was far stronger than the shaman who worshipped Joel Lek. Although in the first few generations of the gnolls, he did teach the gnoll shaman how to charm and control hyenas and use them for hunting, but now this ability was not an indispensable talent for the gnoll clan. Therefore, it was not surprising that he had declined. As the belief of this primitive god faded out of the gnoll clan, he also became increasingly dependent on the form of animal totems. Because when he wandered in the noisy tunnel and the bottomless abyss, this form was not easy to attract attention. Otherwise, those Flinder gnolls who worshipped Yeenagu would have reported his appearance to their new god immediately. In the past few hundred years, Yeenagu had attacked Joel Lek more than once, trying to completely kill the remaining divine power of the ancient gnoll god. Moreover, this gnoll king of the abyss, who was also the lord of the abyss, also used this method to educate his people: natural selection, survival of the fittest. The replacement of the leader of the gnoll clan was now also accompanied by blood and violence. In order to avoid the pursuit of Yeenagu, Joel Lek had no choice but to gradually deviate from the camp and try to survive in other neutral or lawful planes. That was how he came to the Grey Wilderness. In the Hades dimension, he had used up all of his remaining divine power to mold himself into a Yugoloth demon. Then he had completely faded into an ordinary being. However, as described before, divine power was a great power that had the ability to change reality. After using divine power to transform himself into a Yugoloth demon, Joel Lek really became a Yugoloth demon. He had the body of a Yugoloth demon and the way of thinking of a Yugoloth demon. Surviving in the hot displane was not a bad way to recuperate. Moreover, after meeting the ambitious leader of the Night Hag army, Shanka, Gol, Lek also got the opportunity to become stronger again, transforming into an Altoros demon. Compared with worrying about being killed by Yeenagu all day, following the command of a night hag, which was not so unacceptable for the desperate situation. Therefore, the two of them, who hit it off, jointly planned this transformation ceremony. Shanka was responsible for bewitching a sufficient number of hag to participate in the transformation ceremony, and Gol, Lek signed the most stringent Altoros hag contract with the former. After he became him again, he must always unconditionally obey Shanka's request. He could not hide this hag behind the scenes like the previous Altoros demons and enjoy the power brought by this power alone. Moreover, he had to use all his knowledge and means to promote Shanka, the leader of the Night Hag army, to a god, even if he would die because of this. Gol, Lek, my mistress, hearing the former god, and the current demigod, technically speaking, the Altoros demons were also demigods, address her in such a way, Shanka's vanity was greatly satisfied. It was not a waste to add the unequal address clause in the contract for nothing. Clean up this cave, the Night Hag immediately ordered. She did not care about Gol Lek's noble identity and directly ordered him as her butler. In the future, this will be our base. Just like the Plague Demon King built the Tower of Pain, I will also build a hag court here that can dominate the gray wilderness. Gol Lek nodded, although he was a little disdainful of the old hag's boastful words. Based on the previous contract, the new Altoros demon obediently went to clean the cave. Since Shanka did not specify the way to clean the cave, he might as well be lazy. He stretched out his arm with the head of a hyena, gnawed off all the stains on the ground and walls, and then swallowed them all into his stomach that could never be satisfied. Humph, what a useless guy. Looking at Gol Lek's behavior, Shanka could not help but feel a little angry. However, in the end, she controlled her expression very well and just secretly took out a necklace from her mage robe. This necklace was made of ether silk thread, and an inconspicuous charcoal gray inscription plate was hanging on it. This was Shanka's most important treasure, and it was called the Necklace of Concealment. Perhaps out of professional sensitivity, the experienced old hag would hoard some real stuff for life-saving purposes after years of making and selling fake goods. After all, if they walked too much at night, they might really run into a ghost one day. As for the magic items that they made themselves, they actually did not dare to use them themselves. But the Necklace of Concealment was different. It was a life-saving item that came from the Syrian royal family in the realm of Ether. The reason why such a treasure came out of the realm of Ether was that after the war with the Scale of Perpetual Order, the Syrians had been greatly weakened and had to sell some of the royal collection to subsidize the funds needed to rebuild their homeland. After obtaining this treasure, Shanka had specially slipped away to the Sigil City, where it was easy to get away from, to find an expert to appraise it. The few experts in the production of magical items were 100% sure that the raw material of the gray nameplate was some scale scraps scattered from the body of the famous time dragon. Even if it was fragments and not a complete scale, it was still priceless. Of course, a magical item made of such precious materials would have extraordinary functions. The Necklace of Concealment, as the name suggested, had the function of concealment. The wearer could hide their own health in the necklace at the cost of a period of cold and low fever. When the wearer was injured or extremely weak, the wearer could take out this hidden health to quickly heal their injuries. Because it involved the rules of time, this kind of rapid healing would not be offset by some curses or exemptions. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as enough health was hidden before, the Necklace of Concealment would definitely be able to heal. after the secret ceremony. Although Go-Lalik would not pose a threat to her according to the contract, out of caution, Shanka still kept such a backup to recover her health. She carefully put the necklace of concealment on her neck and chanted the spell to activate the black inscription plate. The following words are not counted in the word count. Recently, there have been a lot of friends who have rewarded me. Here, I would like to salute the likes of Shoutang 246, Ordivision Radiation, Love Dragon, Silencing Spirit Toad, Book Friend 202101124, 110945 Jason Jing, and others who like to read the scale of Perpetual Order and love fantasy literature. Thank you for your support for the general industry. I will continue to work hard. Chapter 866. That's it. Pharaoh Mako was speechless as he looked at the trump card being held hostage by the Syrian commandos, who was a strange knight hag dressed in fancy clothes. Even if you find 100 night hags and tie them together, they won't be enough to deal with the scales of eternal order. He could not help but think to himself, from the pharaoh's point of view, this group of sirens was indeed afraid of Quith. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would accidentally give the enemy an excuse to cause another war of ether. However, since they knew they were afraid, why did they still want to provoke the enemy? Perhaps out of the innate sensitivity of a diplomat, the Syrian diplomat sensed the doubts of the king of the Medici Empire. She stepped forward and tore off the rune cloth pasted on Shanka's mouth, allowing the leader of the Night Hag army to regain the right to speak and recite spells. Your Majesty Mako, she is not an ordinary Night Hag. As she spoke, the Syrian diplomat's throat moved, and Mako saw a whistle suddenly hanging from her lips. When the Syrian blew the whistle, the night ghost woman's chest started to throb violently along with the sound of her whistle. An 8-clawed spider-like thing emerged from under her skin, but its legs were still firmly embedded in the night hag's flesh. Stop, stop! Shanka screamed and begged for mercy. She is controlled by the strange machinery of the engineering goblins. If she dares to move, her heart will be torn apart. Seeing that Pharaoh and Mako showed an interested look, the Syrian diplomat continued to boast, "It can be said that this night hag is already obedient to us, and some of the demons who are loyal to her can also be used by us." Demons? Mako caught the key point. Altoros demon. The Syrian diplomat nodded, then turned to Shanka and ordered, "Summon your champion fighter and let his majesty see the strength of the strongest Yugoloth demon." After being tormented for a while, Shanka, who was already sweating profusely from the pain, could only obey. The leader of the night ghost granny battle group uttered a simple phrase. Then, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the audience hall. Hiss! Mako couldn't help but gasp, as the heir to the vested interests of the Inverse Dimension Movement, the most powerful mage in the Medici Empire's Obsidian Council, and the second pharaoh who combined the power of the Hero King and the Grand Vader. Mako was not an ignorant bumpkin. He could see the power of the evil demon in front of him at a glance. The power of evil was hidden in its ugly skin, ready to burst out at any time. "I'm not as good as him," Pharaoh admitted in his heart. However, what he was more curious about was how the night hag, who didn't seem to be anything special, was able to control such a terrifying demon. Could it be that he indulged in beauty or some other offerings? Although he had considerable strength, as a mortal, Mako still lacked experience and knowledge to match his strength. Therefore, after solving one of his doubts, he had even more doubts in his heart. Even under the light of the eternal blaze, the Syrian diplomat could not see Mako's micro-expressions, but she could more or less guess some of the thoughts of the king of the Medici Empire. However, she had already solved one puzzle for him. As for the rest, She had no obligation or, to be more precise, there was no need for her to explain it one by one. In fact, in order to fight against the scale of perpetual order, the Syrians had done more than what they had shown. Even though the Syrian diplomat was now discussing with Pharaoh and Mako how to stab them in the back, in fact, they had some other tricks up their sleeves in the dark in a more difficult place to be noticed. Spath City, this city in the Medici Empire, under the jurisdiction of the Gnomes Special Province, welcomed the most important festival of the year today, Victory Day. In order to commemorate the victory of the great Megalosaurus Pasha over the Wusan invaders, the people of Spath would hold a grand celebration every year on this day. It was even grander than Opat Day. As the elected governor, Santos naturally had to share the joy with the people on this special day. He began to visit every street pavilion in the city early in the morning to express his condolences to the elderly and to donate various materials to the city's nursing home. This was a family tradition that had been passed down from his father's generation. Santos' family had persisted in this tradition for nearly half a century. Decades ago, Santos' father, Old Santos, had a great change in his life because he had coincidentally joined the war chariot of the Megalosaurus Keys. The originally medium-sized sand rhino caravan had a chance to expand rapidly in order to meet the transportation needs of the last Palesen logistics company of the scale of perpetual order. After his father's death, Santos inherited his father's name and family business and firmly clung to the thick thigh of the scale of perpetual order. Although Santos no longer had the right to manage the sand rhino caravan due to the monopoly of the Chamber of Commerce, he still had a lot of dividends every year. As compensation, the scale of perpetual order also outsourced the domestication of various beasts to Santos' family. Not only the sand rhino, but also many new breeds bred in the breeding center, as long as they were suitable for breeding in the Ash world, were all outsourced to Santos' family by the Chamber of Commerce. This was also the reason why Santos' family was rooted in Spat. The majestic Nero River passed through the city and brought a lot of sand every year, enriching the land. Spat was a traditional food-producing city of the Medici Empire. Almost one-third of the whole empire's food and livestock trade was concentrated in this city. Santos' family's beasts domestication base was built here, so they could obtain the food needed to breed the beasts at a lower cost. After nearly 20 years of being rooted here, Santos' family had become one of the most prominent families in the city. Every 3 years, the elected governor would only be chosen between the Santos family and another family named Glow. Outsiders might think that there would be a rift between the two families because of this, but this was only the news that outsiders could get. The families of Glow and Santos had been connected since the previous generation. They had both pledged allegiance to the Megalosaurus Keys. The Santos family served the Megalosaurus in the commercial field, while Glow was the glove that Keys had arranged in Spat to secretly clean up the pharaoh's control over this big food-producing city. After the Igu family, which was related to the pharaoh, was exiled from Spat, Glow, who led the street forces of Spat, no longer had to hide in the dark. With his own power, Glow's family quickly intervened in the management of Spat and continued to guard the great Megalosaurus Keys' wealth, which had become insignificant. However, Chapter 867. Old Glow's death was too strange. Although the underworld magnate known as Glove might actually be much older than old Santos, his body had always been very strong thanks to his years of exercise and temperance habits. But last month, old Glow had died in his own home. According to the test results given by the family doctor, old Glow had died suddenly in the middle of the night due to a sudden increase in blood pressure due to drinking too much honey wine. The next day after this tragedy, young Glow announced that he had inherited his father's name and wealth, and then became the patriarch of the Glow family. He also held a grand cremation ceremony for his father. This is too much of a coincidence. Santos had been pondering this question. Even though the scale of perpetual order had not conducted any official investigation into the sudden change of the Glow family, he could not let his guard down. Especially now, there was less than a week left before the triennial election of the elected governor. Everyone in Spat knew very well that after a series of formalities, the votes would eventually belong to the Glow family. After all, the Santos and Glow families had been ruling together for more than a decade, and this model was in the interest of most of the citizens of Spat. On the night of the victory celebration, after visiting the last nursing home in the city, Santos dismissed the guards sent by his family to help him transport the donations and provide protection. He wanted to go alone. Unlike his father, who had become a little fat due to neglect of self-management, old Santos was also a powerful warrior when he was young. Otherwise, he would not have been able to establish the Sand Rhino Caravan to make a living. Santos, who was in the prime of his life, had been learning martial arts from many famous masters in the scale of perpetual order since he was a child, and his body had always been very strong. Moreover, when he was born, he had received the Dragon Disciple Enlightenment from Keys in recognition of old Santos' contribution. In addition, he was wearing a high-level mad armor vest under his clothes, which could be activated at any time to become a mad armor. Therefore, not to mention Spat, perhaps not many people in the entire Ashen world could pose a threat to his life. He put his hand into his pocket and took out a papyrus with a fine grit on it. He felt in the other pocket for a charcoal pencil. Bringing these things with him was a habit he had developed since childhood. Old Santos once taught him that a good memory is better than a lousy pen. A successful businessman must observe the market at any time and place and record the information in time for his own calm analysis. Under the protection of the scale of perpetual order, the Santos family did not have to worry about business competition, but he was still used to carrying a charcoal pencil and checkered paper with him. Thinking as he wrote was actually a very convenient way to organize his thoughts. Sometimes, as he wrote, the things that he couldn't figure out would all become clear. The night was too dark for painting, and he walked without a solid pad in his hand. However, this did not hinder Santos, who was used to writing blindly. He did not even look at the checkered papyrus. He directly wrote on it with a charcoal pencil what he had analyzed in the past few days about the strangeness of Old Glow's death. The biggest beneficiary of Old Glow's death is young Glow. Even his son cannot be cleared of suspicion. In the past 3 months, young Glow's business scale did not expand, but he unusually recruited a large number of foreign laborers. The Glow family bought a few farms in the suburbs of Spat, and the quantity of meat purchased there is somewhat abnormal. It is said that Glow has invested in the Colosseum that is being built, and it is claimed to be imitating the model of Taka City. As he wrote, all kinds of doubts gathered together, but Santos' thoughts gradually became clearer. He was more and more certain that there was something wrong with Glow. Perhaps I have to report these days' findings to the Chamber of Commerce. However, as an elected governor who is about to step down, if I secretly investigate my successor, will people accuse me of being greedy for power? Just as he was worrying about his gains and losses, Santos had unknowingly turned into an alley. There was only one more intersection, and he would be able to see the big house that his family had bought in the city. The alley was a little dark, and the dim moonlight seemed to be blocked by the surrounding buildings. Only a few taverns that were still open nearby spilled some light into the narrow alley. Suddenly, Santos heard the soft sound of boots scraping the ground and the rustling of robes rubbing against each other. A pair of strong hands grabbed him by the back of the neck and directly dragged him into a wall beside the alley. Santos, who was caught, not only felt sore and powerless, but because the back of his neck was grabbed, it was also difficult for him to concentrate on summoning spells to defend himself. However, the pain that he imagined did not come. Santos was stiff and focused on listening. He could only hear his own violent heartbeat, and there was no other noise. "Don't make a mistake." He mustered up his courage and shouted a warning. However, after all, he was used to living like a prince, and he still did not have the courage to turn around and fight to the death. "Little fatty, you're still so timid." Santos was shocked when he heard this, but his uneasiness was immediately relieved. This was because other than his father, the only people who knew and would call him Little Fatty were the elders of the Scale of Perpetual Order, who had teased him when he was young. He turned around abruptly and saw a giant that looked like a black iron tower literally standing behind him. "Lord Neru!" Santos hurriedly greeted. When his eyes adjusted to the darkness in the courtyard, he realized that other than the ogre Neru who had used the shrinking spell, there were also 15 or 16 desert elven supreme warriors in black clothes, black pants, and black veils standing neatly in the courtyard. The only exception in terms of attire was a bald, pirate-like figure wearing a short brown jacket that sailors often wore. His face was tattooed with a strange totem, and he was leaning on a long battle axe as he stood in a slanted manner. However, Santos did not ask any questions. Since the ogre Neru was here, the Scale of Perpetual Order must have paid enough attention to Spat City. The only thing that the Chamber of Commerce paid attention to in this city was undoubtedly the sudden death of Old Glow in his home and the change of power in the Glow family. At first, Santos thought that after greeting him, the one who would ask him questions would be the leader of the team, Neru. This ogre was not only a powerful warrior famous in the multiverse, but also one of the founding elders of the Scale of Perpetual Order. However, he did not expect that the one who would ask him questions would be the warrior dressed like a pirate. "Consul, my name is Neru." Santos put the long battle axe on his shoulder, and only then did he realize that the handle of the battle axe was equipped with a trigger and a magazine. Neru walked up to Santos and said, "I guess you must have a lot of questions in your mind, but I can't answer you now. Instead, I want to see what you are confused about." As he spoke, Neru raised his chin and motioned for Santos to take out the papyrus that he had hidden in his sleeve. Chapter 868. When Santos returned home, his butler, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came over and handed him a gilded invitation card. This was something that Master Glow had just sent over. Although there were only a few lines of text in the invitation, they were all written in ink that had been mixed with gemstone powder. They shone brightly under the light. "Honorable Master Santos, I sincerely invite you to come to the Majestic Manor tomorrow. Don't forget to meet me." He stamped his personal seal on the blank space on the sign-in column. The words written with gemstone powder suddenly came to life, twisting and transforming as they meandered across the snow-white paper. Finally, they turned into a precise map. The map pointed out the location of the Majestic Manor, and at the same time, the best route from Spat to the manor was marked out. "You've really put in a lot of effort. I'm afraid this invitation card would take at least a dozen gold drogs," Santos muttered to himself. The gold drogs were the gold currency issued by the Scale of Perpetual Order. They were also the currency with the largest denomination among the current common currencies of the Chamber of Commerce. The value of one gold drog was equivalent to 73 silver carats of the Medici Empire. The reason why this invitation card was so expensive was that it was not only made of high-grade materials, but also had 2 alchemy skills attached to it. The words changed after Santos stamped his personal seal was one of them. When the words changed into a map, the magnetic ink on the receipt in Master Glow's hand also showed the words accept at the same time. This was another alchemy skill. After the end of the Victory Day, Santos, the elected governor, had a much easier time dealing with his daily affairs. Since he had received the invitation card and had nothing else to do, early the next morning, Santos and a few of his servants rode on the Sand Rhino and followed the route marked on the map to the majestic manor for the appointment. Originally, as an elected governor, he could have directly dispatched the small Leviathan speedboat docked at the airport of Spat if he was on official business. However, since this trip was not official, and Santos had not ridden on his domesticated Sand Rhino for a long time, he decided to use this slightly backward method at the last minute. Sitting in the palanquin on the back of the Sand Rhino, Santos leaned against the soft velvet fabric. While feeling the cool breeze blowing in through the gauze curtain, he leisurely picked up a cherry from the fruit plate beside him and threw it into his mouth. After decades of governance, the outer environment of Spat City was obviously much better than before. Even after walking out of the fertile land, the desert was not as hot as before. Rows of hay lattices covered the sand dunes, and a totem pole stood at the top of each sand dune to fix the sand. The people of Spat was using hard work and advanced technology to transform the desert bit by bit. In fact, the majestic manor that the Glows had recently purchased was the most direct manifestation of the results of the transformation of Spat. In the past, there were no suburban farms in Spat. The desert was just a few parasangs away from the city center. But now, there were dozens of manors like the majestic manor that were more than a dozen parasangs away from the city center. When Santos finished the entire silver plate of cherries and drank a pot of guava wine filtered with moonstone powder, the Sand Rhino that had been striding forward without stopping finally came to a stop. It sounded like the bell inside the palanquin. It was the servant sitting on the Sand Rhino's shoulder reminding Santos. That's fast. The roads outside Sparut were much better than they were a few decades ago, so the Sand Rhinoceros had arrived earlier than Santos had expected. He stood up from the velvet cushion and stepped on a footboard beside the palanquin. A flying carpet flew over from nowhere and hovered outside the gauze curtain of the palanquin. Santos stepped on the carpet and slowly landed on the ground. His servants had long since slipped down from the shoulders of the Sand Rhinoceros with soft ropes. They swiftly gathered behind their employer and prepared the ceremonial guard of honor for him as an elected consul. Before the Sand Rhino arrived, the guard standing on the watchtower of the majestic manor had already seen the beast, so Glows was already prepared to welcome it. Bam, bam, bam. Following the three drumbeats, the melodious horn and the clanging cymbals suddenly chimed together. The gate on the stone wall of the majestic manor was pushed open from the inside. The current patriarch of the Glows family immediately walked out with a large group of people in a line. Two servants carrying a bundle of brocade carpet scrolls trotted all the way. When Santos was about 30 yards away from the majestic manor, they finally paved the expensive VIP passage for the elected consul. Brother Glows, Brother Santos, the family heads of the two prominent families in Spat City, as well as the elected officials, greeted each other warmly with an elbow salute when they met. They didn't use overly formal honorifics and instead called each other brothers. However, this display of affection was only for outsiders to see. Every Santos and Glow knew that the Scales of Eternity Chamber of Commerce had set up a management system in Spat City that was similar to the two princes in power. The purpose was to keep the two families in check. Perhaps there was a tacit understanding in the distribution of benefits, but in terms of power and friendship, if the two families wanted to enjoy the glory of Sparut for a long time, they had to be completely separate. Of course, it was still possible to be polite when meeting. After greeting each other, Glows warmly welcomed Santos into his majestic manor. But when he walked past the heavy stone gate and saw the decorative patterns on the inside, Santos' eyes couldn't help but narrow. Although he quickly covered it up by wiping his eyes, the beast-like giant claw pattern did remind him of something. Walking in the majestic manner, Santos smelled a quiet scent of incense. Glows explained to him enthusiastically, "In order to welcome you, Brother Santos, as the elected consul, I had people tidy up the manor inside and out several times. Early this morning, I had people carry a few large barrels of smoldering agarwood to smoke this place again." "That's very thoughtful of you." Santos walked beside Glows and patted his arm. Now, the two of them seemed to be the opposite of their fathers. Santos didn't have the big belly of the old Santos and was tall and strong, while Glows didn't inherit the tall and thin figure of the old Glows. Instead, he was a little short and thin. They walked along the winding road for a long time before entering the meeting hall that was temporarily used as a meeting room. The seats inside had been arranged according to Medica's traditional banquet style, waiting for the two patriarchs to take their seats. However, what puzzled Santos was that there was someone waiting for them here. "This is Mr. Vaprak." He pointed at the man with his palm facing up as a sign of respect. "I invited you to the party today to introduce you to each other. Let's take a seat," Grok said as he pointed at the man with his palm facing up as a sign of respect. Chapter 869. Mr. Vaprak, and I want to invest in Spat and build a super coliseum that's even more spectacular than the Grand Coliseum. We want to recruit all the heroes in the world to compete with each other. During the banquet, Glow kept trying to persuade Santos. Although Santos had been smiling and expressing his support, he had not actually made any guarantees. He had been observing the VIP guest Glow had invited, named Vaprak. Vaprak had mottled brownish-green skin and a terrifyingly muscular body. He wore a sleeveless waistcoat made of an unknown material. Even though he was sitting on a low table, he was still taller than a person. His head was bald, but there was a long braid at the back of his head that looked like a rat's tail. During the banquet, this Vaprak did not say a word. He only took the roast boar, beef ribs, and braised poultry meat that the chef brought to him. He ate heartily as if he had never had a full meal before. However, no matter how much he ate, his stomach did not bulge. It was as if there was still room for it. Glow noticed that Santos had been observing Vaprak's table manners, which made him feel a little embarrassed. However, because he knew Vaprak's background, he did not dare to say anything to this god. After all, Vaprak did not feel anything when someone else watched him eat. As the saying goes, as long as you don't feel awkward, others will feel awkward. In the end, it was Santos who broke the awkward atmosphere. Perhaps he was too lazy to keep up the pretense. Therefore, when Vaprak began to complain about why the chef was serving the dishes slower, he directly asked Glow's esteemed guest, "You have quite a good appetite. I really didn't know that the food in Rock Crusher was this bad." Suddenly, Vaprak looked up and glanced at Santos. The burly man broke the beef leg bone in his hand into two pieces and casually threw them on the table in front of him. "What's so good about that place?" He stood up and cracked his neck. "Well, I heard that the third floor of Asgrat is not bad. It's just that it's a little far from my base." "You are so direct." Grabbing Glow, who was about to give him a toast, Santos also stood up from his seat. Unknowingly, a long-bladed battle axe had appeared in his hand. The sawtooth blade was stuck next to Glow's neck, close to his skin. I climbed 524 floors, and then came to the material plane through the portal on the plane of 10,000 abyss. Naaman, who had changed back to his original appearance, reached out his palm and stroked his curved horns that were protruding backward. The scrolls made of contracts instantly wrapped him from head to toe as if he had turned himself into a mummy. Although my spies detected a visitor to in the plane of 10,000 abyss, I really did not expect that it was an incarnation of a god and a demon lord. The reason why he had turned into a contract to the monster in front of his eyes was that he could not defeat him. After being transformed into a leviathan, his genetic information had been retained in the archive of the young Megalosaurus keys. Even if he died, he could be resurrected in the form of a clone. But how could a cunning creature like a contract reject an extra chance of survival? In addition, while transforming, Naman also sent a message to some of his men. The Desert Elf Supreme Warriors, who had disguised themselves as Sanos's servants with phantom masks, were also rushing to the audience hall. They had just been busy secretly cleaning up the guards of the Glow family in the Majestic Manor, and now the entire manor had been cleaned up. Well, do you think they can get in? Vaprak's ears twitched. He heard the movements of the Desert Elf Supreme Warriors. The exceptionally well-built fellow stretched out his hand, and the ground rose up with squeaking sounds as a thick wooden club jumped into his palm. He waved his hand, and the club made a bang sound. Then the Desert Elf Supreme Warriors who were about to rush into the door were all knocked out by the hurricane caused by the swing of the weapon. They were like leaves in the wind. The two desert elves who rushed at the front died before they could hit the ground. Even after falling to the ground, the corpses were still spitting out broken internal organs in large mouthfuls. Even though they were wearing light mad knight armor, their chests were still crushed by the wind pressure. They were only a few inches away from their backs. The desert elves were all trained warriors. Those who survived still obeyed Naman's orders and continued to rush to the audience hall, wanting to participate in the encirclement of Vaprak. But no matter how they slashed with their machetes or shot with their electromagnetic nail submachine guns, they still could not break through the invisible force field wall at the door. And it may not be safe outside. Vaprak snorted, as if he had received a secret signal. The ground suddenly began to rumble and tremble. The door to the cellar of the Majestic Manor was sent flying into the sky. Ogres with coarse skin, small, unfriendly eyes, and large mouths full of sharp teeth rushed out from the cellar. There were also some hill giants who were similar in appearance, but were even taller and stronger. They raised huge stone hammers and followed in the ranks of the ogres. It was only then that Naman understood why Glow had spent so much money to get someone to smoke the entire Majestic Manor with smoldering agarwood. Even if the ogres and hill giants were hiding in the cellar, the stench they emitted could be smelled from afar as long as it leaked out from the cracks. The group of desert elven supreme warriors waiting outside the audience hall were besieged by nearly 100 ogres, mixed with a dozen hill giants. No matter how skilled they were in martial arts or how well-equipped they were, they gradually fell into a situation where they could not hold on any longer. If they were not careful, they would lose some of their members. When the savage monsters saw the wounded desert elves on the ground, they would often rush forward and devour them in the blink of an eye, eating raw meat and drinking blood. They did not care about raw or cold food. It was truly terrifying. And this was exactly what the gods wanted. As the god of ogres, Vaprak had a barbaric quality that matched the ogres. Some ogres respected him as their guardian. According to the research of a scholar whose name must not be revealed, Vaprak might be a terrible descendant of the giant god Anan. He should only be half ogre, and not a pure-blooded ogre. To his priests and shamans, Vaprak's actions and revelations were often unreasonable acts of compulsion. He was even a little crazy, out of his own anxiety and as a crazy defense against fear, mainly because he was worried that the powerful giant gods would take away the ogre's faith. He constantly urged his followers to fight, invade, and fall into madness. Just like now, watching his followers burn their energy in unreasonable acts of violence made Vaprak feel a sense of peace and tranquility that he had not felt in a long time. However, this atmosphere was quickly broken. Chapter 870. Ha ha ha. A massive creature suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a maniacal laughter that sounded like thunder. It landed in the midst of the ogres and mountain giants. A large crater appeared on the ground, and the ground shook slightly as if there was an earthquake. The legendary ogre, warlord Neru, had arrived. Roar! Unlike his sloppy and stinky brethren, this god of war was clad in a sturdy adamantine plate, armor covered in spikes. The ebony chain in his hand was even longer than the height of 2 hill giants combined. With just a casual wave of his hand, Nero had cleared out dozens of yards around him. The ogres and hill giants were no match for this legendary ogre, who was so tall and strong that it was ridiculous. Ordinary ogres were about a dozen feet tall, and although hill giants were taller, there was a limit. Nero had not even removed the shrinking spell on his body, but he was already more than 20 feet tall. As for the true size of this legendary ogre, he had already surpassed the storm giants and rune giants. He was infinitely close to the titans that most giants only knew of in myths and epics. In the tribe of giants and ogres, size was not only a symbol of talent, but also a yardstick to measure right and wrong. Neru's huge size was simply absolute power and, naturally, absolute justice. Therefore, even if some priests and shamans of Vaprak incited them, the ogres and hill giants did not dare to attack Neru, who was a monster of super justice, for fear of being killed on the spot. Humph! If you want to fight, fight. If you want to retreat, retreat. If you want to fight, why not fight? Whether you can fight or not is not an excuse. Whether you want to fight or not is the biggest difference. Only with such awareness can a coward regain his lost courage. Neru roared loudly. In fact, Keys had asked him to memorize this in advance before returning to the Ash world. He said that shouting it during a battle would have an unexpected effect. But at that time, Nero had been puzzled. Why did he have to shout to educate his opponents? However, now that he saw his own kind who were hesitant to move forward, he somewhat understood Quest's painstaking efforts. These guys were really a little useless. They were of the same race as him, but not only were they not as tall as him, even their courage and bravery were not on the same level as him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The adamantine plate, armor, on Neru's body shone with the light of runes. This was a spell that the half-lich Snade had specially added to him. It could absorb the anger in his emotions to change the shape of the armor. During a battle, as Neru's rage increased, the armor would not only become more ferocious, but it would also enlarge to fit his body. Neru, who had wanted to fight to his heart's content, changed back to his original appearance, an ogre nearly 70 feet tall. In an instant, he appeared in the middle of the yard of the majestic manor. The tallest hill giant around him barely reached his calf. Thick fangs protruded from his lower jaw, and his scarlet eyes were like 2 pools of blood. No one knew who took the lead, but some ogres and hill giants among the fearful monsters dropped the weapons in their hands and knelt on the ground to worship Neru. Preposterous! Vaprak, the ogre god, saw the scene. Even though he knew that his followers were not devout, the fact that they were kneeling before another being while he was still present was a provocation to the god. He roared loudly and charged out of the audience hall, not even bothering with the mana contract gate that was close at hand. The surging anger of the god turned into physical destruction. After Vaprak rushed out, the audience hall shattered into pieces, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. under the influence of the god's anger. Neru could not use the teleportation spell to leave. He could only try his best to create a protective force field around him. If that was not possible, he could only use the contract demon's body to take the hit. Vaprak did not care about the puny contract demon at all. The angry god was now focused on how to deal with the provocation of his unworthy descendant, Neru. His incarnation had also returned to its original appearance. It was a huge ogre with mottled brown-green skin and animal skin. Unfortunately, although his incarnation was huge, it was still a head shorter than Neru. Even if he had mutated, thick, and sharp claws, it could not cover the disadvantage brought by the difference in height. In the simple concept of giants and ogres, a strong body meant everything. Even if the ogre god did not want to admit it, he did think that Neru's unbelievably tall and strong body was actually more suitable for him to show his majesty and dignity. In fact, the reason why he came to the world of ashes was because he had considered this before. With the rapid development of the scale of perpetual order, the name of the three ogre brothers had spread throughout the multiverse. As the god of the ogres, Vaprak did have the idea of including them in his own belief system. Neru, who was the strongest among the ogres, was the god who favored him the most, and even had the idea of promoting him to become the second ogre god. However, this idea was mercilessly shattered by reality today. Although Vaprak was jealous and narrow-minded, sometimes he did have extraordinary observation skills. Just by relying on his outstanding appearance, the legendary ogre could make his believers kneel down and worship him. If he really became a god, it would be terrible. After all, the multiverse was a world of appearance. The ogres could not provide much faith in the first place. Otherwise, Vaprak, who was almost as old as some of the second-generation giant gods, would not be a weak god. If Neru's name spread for a few more years, this talented ogre might even be able to ascend to godhood on his own. At the same time, he would also take away a large portion of Vaprak's faith. Kneel, mortal, I'll give you one last chance. After thinking about it, Vaprak felt that he could still try to trick Neru. If the other party was afraid of the majesty of the gods, then he could subtly change it and even turn it into an incarnation that was suitable for him to descend as a god. However, he had never thought about how much fear Nalu had of the gods after he had experienced and won many battles with the gods or demigod powers. Die! Neru roared, interrupting Vaprak's words. The ogres and mountain giants, kneeling on the ground, felt their ears buzzing. They did not expect that one of their kind would dare to curse a god. Chapter 871. Neru swung the ebony chain and hit Vaprak like he was hitting a golf ball. Although the attack did not cause much damage, it was extremely humiliating. The ogre god, who was known for his strong body, had not been slapped in the face like this for many years. The last time he was in such a sorry state was because he had an improper relationship with a certain goddess in the giant god system. Because of that, he was slapped by the young and vigorous second generation, main god of the giant god system, Sycamaz, the giant's god of the sun, sky, weather, and ocean, into the bottomless abyss. However, Sycamaz was the eldest son of the giant god of creation, Anan. To be thrown into the abyss by such a noble and powerful being, Vaprak's defeat was an honorable one. But now he was slapped in the face by an ordinary being, and this ordinary being was technically one of his people. If news of this got out, he would definitely become the latest joke of the gods. You are asking for your own death. Vaprak's body was sturdy, although he was tall. His avatar still had the typical fat belly and stubby legs of an ogre. After being hit by Neru, he quickly stabilized himself and did not fall to the ground. However, the wound on his face caused by the ebony chain could not be healed no matter what healing spells he cast. Nehru snorted coldly when he heard Vaprak's attempt to intimidate him. He was not affected by the fear spell in Vaprak's voice at all. The last two guys who said the same thing, how Rin threw the ebony spikes out and killed a few ogres and hill giants who could not dodge in time. This made the remaining monsters even more fearful. The grass on the grave is now 30 feet tall. Don't you think it's a coincidence that one of them is a god and the other is a demon lord? When it came to taunting his enemies, Nehru, who grew up with Bru, who always had ideas, was much more skilled than Vaprak, who hid at the bottom of the abyss all day long. Moreover, after using irony to infuriate Vaprak, the legendary ogre warlord calmly launched his next round of attack. He wanted to use his fists to teach his opponent a lesson. In his opinion, Vaprak, who had a giant beast claw as his emblem, was the perfect candidate to test his newly invented nuclear-powered gloves. When Naruto had just received Numon's message asking for help and knew that the ogre god had infiltrated the Ash world, he had been looking forward to this battle. He wanted to see if his opponent's claws were sharper or if his fists were harder. The nuclear-powered gloves were not a fixed component. Instead, they were like flowing mercury. When Na Lu punched out, they quickly spread and covered the ogre's hands. Facing Vaprak's crossed arms as a defensive block, Na Lu continued to press forward with an unstoppable momentum, producing a dull bang. Even though the ogre god's avatar didn't move, his coarse feet still plowed 2 deep trenches on the ground. The trenches extended all the way to the audience hall behind him before stopping. However, this was only the beginning. Apart from Nehru's immense strength, the nuclear-powered gauntlet was not an inanimate object. Iron rock collapse. Back off. With Na Lu's angry roar, the originally streamlined surface of the gauntlet suddenly formed wave-like ripples. The built-in nuclear power device continuously transmitted another irresistible force to the place where the glove touched Vaprak's crossed arms. Bang! 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 It was like a pile driver. Vaprak, who had thought that Na Lu's punches were exhausted and wanted to counterattack, was caught off guard and couldn't stand firm. He stumbled backward and staggered out of Glow's manor and farmlands. It was not until his feet stepped into the desert that Vaprak finally stopped with the help of the friction between his feet and the sand. At this time, the ogre god's mutated arms, which looked like mottled crab claws, were not only bruised and swollen, but there were also large areas of cracks on his skin. The god's divine blood flowed out of the wounds and dyed the yellow sand on the ground red. The foul blood polluted a large area of land. If it was not dealt with in the future, no crops would grow on this land. However, that was a matter for the future. Na Lu did not have the time to think so much. The legendary ogre warlord's mind was now filled with thoughts of how to destroy the god's avatar in front of him. Although mortals could not kill a true god, he also wanted to kill a god's avatar. Furthermore, the nuclear-powered gauntlet had only shown one of its functions. This is a good thing. As if to encourage himself, Na Lu roared again. The surging aura even tore apart the clouds in the sky. He stomped his feet, and yellow sand splashed up as the huge ogre rose into the air. Meteor fall. While Vaprak was still unsteady, Na Lu leaped high and clenched his fists. The nuclear-powered gauntlet merged into one as if he was holding a huge hammer. However, just as Vaprak quickly dodged to avoid the heavy blow, the nuclear-powered gauntlet suddenly broke away from Na Lu's hands with a bang. Like a meteor, the hammer turned into a missile and hit the avatar of the ogre god once again. The sudden blow made him accidentally break his defense. Not only was his chin directly smashed by the nuclear-powered glove, but the 2 fangs protruding from his lower jaw were also all broken causing his mouth to be full of blood. Today was like Vaprak's Good Friday. He was a god, but in a material plane like the Ash world, he was hammered on the head by a mortal like Na Lu. After experiencing face-slapping, being pushed away, and being disfigured, which were unacceptable to him, he immediately welcomed the fourth blow that made him feel even more humiliated. The nuclear-powered missile Gauntlet that had just hit Vaprak's face was connected to a chain made of an unknown material. After hitting the target, Na Lu shook his hand, and the nuclear-powered gauntlet opened at once. Then, while Vaprak's reaction was slightly slow due to the dizziness, the two gauntlets closed together again. However, this time, they grabbed the neck of the ogre god and held him firmly in the palm of his hand. Heaven and earth return. Na Lu's muscles all over his body swelled up, and even some cracks appeared on the refined gold-enchanted armor on his body. He pulled the chain, and with the help of the nuclear-powered gauntlet's vector thruster, he suddenly pulled Vaprak's avatar, who was only a head shorter than him, up into the air. Then he pulled Vaprak's avatar and smashed him to the ground. Then he pulled Vaprak up again and smashed him down again. Chapter 872. In the vast astral world, a huge megalosaurus was preying on a group of astral whales. Just by detecting its wandering trajectory, the Githyanki's wandering in this star field would be scared out of their wits. They would quickly fly away in their spaceships, fearing that they would lose their lives if they were too slow. Noisy little things. With his powerful psionic ability, Keyes could detect a fairly vast area in the astral world. The thoughts of those Githyankis could not escape his detection. You don't even have 3 tails of meat on your body. What are you worried about? After silently complaining, the young blue dragon turned his attention to the food he had just caught. An astral whale the size of an island in the material plane had been killed. Although this kind of meat did not decay quickly due to the particularity of the astral environment, some bacteria in its body began to multiply, and the gas produced would still affect the taste of the food. Therefore, in the spirit of not wasting food, Keyes first tore the astral whale into strips of meat with his sharp claws, and then roasted it into jerky with blazing plasma. Holding a handful of jerky, Keyes pulled out a strip from time to time, put it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Although this kind of dry food did not have any flavor, it was more than enough to fill the stomach. The young blue dragon had been looking for something in the astral world for the past few years, and he had eaten a lot of astral whale jerky. However, even when he was eating, he did not stop moving. Instead, he continued to move quickly in one direction. As early as 5 years ago, the young blue dragon had quelled the chaos on Dwarf Island in the Ramsey Plain and digested the fragment of Stim's divine kingdom. He had the magical ability to change the creation of the universe, and his growth cycle had taken a big step forward again. Keyes had felt that some shackles in his body had been broken, and he was about to enter the adult megalosaurus stage. However, he knew that he lacked an opportunity. A creature strong enough to kill a god had a perceptive ability that could not be guessed by ordinary creatures. Since Keyes sensed that something was missing, then that thing must exist. Over the past few years, he had been trying his best to find that thing, and rarely asked about the matters of the scales of eternal order. Of course, that didn't mean that he didn't know how the Chamber of Commerce operated. In fact, every Leviathan in the scale of perpetual order could be regarded as his eyes. The young blue dragon used these eyes to observe the operations of the Chamber of Commerce. Only on rare occasions would he give his opinion or strength to the Chamber of Commerce. For example, when he had gone to the ether plane to help the Chamber of Commerce in the war, he had caused the Sur race to lose 1/10 of their numbers. Another example was when an unwelcome guest visited the Ash World from the 10,000 Abyss Plains. Although he had already learned the identity of the guest from the mouth of the Tautai beast, who had obtained the will of the bottomless abyss, he still did not reveal it to the other members of the Chamber of Commerce due to some considerations. Instead, he chose to dispatch Neru to the Ash World to quell this storm, because he could feel that this was not only a precious opportunity for his friend to break through the ceiling of the Ogre Warlord's strength, but also the best way for him to participate in a major event of the multiverse. In fact, in addition to Neru, who had turned into a Leviathan, above the clouds in the sky of the Ash World, the airship Nepherman Dis was also taking panoramic images of the ground. Heaven and Earth return. From the images, Keys recognized the move that Neru had used to knock Vaprak unconscious. To be honest, this was the name that he, who was not good at naming things, had made up when he was chatting with the Ogre Warlord and thought of the powerful greenskin monster. However, this name was appropriate. Anyway, Vaprak, who had been hit by this combo, did feel that the world was spinning. Not only was his face bruised and swollen, but his whole body also seemed to have fallen apart. Every time this incarnation of the ogre god came into close contact with the ground of the Ash World, he felt the thrill of a high-speed collision with a material plane. After more than 20 cycles of flying up and smashing down, not to mention the majestic manner of the Glow family being razed to the ground, even people in Spat, a dozen pale sands away, suspected that there had been an earthquake. Even the ogres and hill giants who were kept in this manner were all loyal fans of Vaprak, and some of them were priests and shamans of the ogre god. After seeing the strange scene of their god being defeated and Neru showing off his divine power, they could not help but be shaken. They all had a terrifying thought. Perhaps the ogre, who was as strong as a giant, was more suitable to be the main god of their race. Of course, the biggest problem they were facing now was that the aftermath of this battle was too violent. Even when they saw that something was wrong, they immediately began to flee in all directions. However, some ogres were still hit by the stones and soil that were shot out. Any monster that was hit by the stones would have a large piece of flesh cut off, as if they had been hit by hell's roar. Looking at their fellow ogres, who were unfortunately injured, the ogres and hill giants, who were mostly selfish by nature, did not care about their lives at all. Instead, they sped up and fled from them as if they were worried that they would be affected by the halo of bad luck of those unlucky ogres. They wished that they had 2 more legs so that they could run faster. The ogres and hill giants who had fallen to the ground howled and begged for Vaprak's help. However, they did not receive any response. Vaprak had the title of Ogre God, but he had never really cared about the welfare of this race. As for the hill giants, they were just tools for him to compete with Gloranto for faith. They all began to curse the god that they had once worshipped. Their intelligence is worrying. Well, maybe not. He saw everything that was happening on the ground through the perspective of the Nepherman Dis. At first, he thought that the ogres and hill giants who were about to die would definitely be stupid to curse the gods before they ascended to the divine kingdom and became petitioners. But on second thought, considering the location of Vaprak's divine kingdom, he suddenly saw the light. Instead, he felt that these guys had some inexplicable wisdom. Since you don't want to go there so much, I'll give you a hand. Keys, who was in the astral plane, had a sly smile on his face. He then gave an order to the Nepherman Dis. Not long after, the ogres and hill giants that were heavily injured and waiting for death all fell into the pits that had suddenly been dug out from under them. They were immediately knocked unconscious by the Pharaoh's blade, summoned by the Nepherman Dis. Then, they were immediately teleported to the headquarters of the Scale of Perpetual Order in the territory of the Dragonborn clan by the legendary-level Primordial Dragon. There, these guys would be treated while they were unconscious, and today's memory would be deepened. Then, they would be sent to portals or spaceships to other worlds to share what they had seen with their brethren in those worlds. Keys wanted to use them to spread the shocking news of Vaprak being beaten up by the ogre Neru. At the same time, he wanted to explore the possibility of changing faith, or rather, snatching faith from the hands of a god. Chapter 873. There were two reasons why Vaprak's avatar could not defeat the legendary ogre warlord Neru. First, as a god with weak divine power and also a demon lord, his avatar was not as powerful as a real god. Second, Vaprak's spellcasting ability was extremely limited, and he had always relied on his unnaturally strong body to fight his enemies. Now that he met Neru, who was stronger and fiercer than him, he naturally did not have the advantage he had in the past. Therefore, regardless of whether he was careless or overconfident, after he lost the upper hand, he was quickly pressed to the ground by the battle-hardened Neru. Not long after, the avatar of the ogre god began to lose his consciousness and became delirious. Moreover, he vaguely felt as if he had been stabbed in the back, but he couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. Vaprak had come to the world of ashes to seek a clergy in the field of battle. Originally, he had the authority of ogre and greed, but because these two authorities could no longer support his ambition, he was driven by greed and wanted to obtain a clergy that was more beneficial to him. From a Yugoloth faring across the river Styx, the ogre god, who was hidden deep in the abyss, learned about the scale of perpetual order, which had been in the limelight for the past few decades. Therefore, with the help of the flourishing development of the scale of perpetual order, he expanded his faith base through the operation of the gladiator arena. Then, he naturally came into contact with the field of battle related to the scale of perpetual order. His plan was not bad, and the beginning of the plan went very smoothly. After sneaking into the 10,000 abyss plane, Vaprak did not take long to find a portal that was said to be connected to the nest of the scale of perpetual order. After coming to the world of ashes, he spent a few months to gather information and gather some local ogres and mountain giants for his own use. As for why he had directed the sudden change of the Glow family, in fact, it was because he had very accidentally heard from some merchants that this family had a close relationship with the scale of perpetual order. Then he had a devious idea. The ogre god first tempted Little Glow and promised him his power. Then he wanted to use this as a springboard to pull another prominent family in Spat, the Santos family, into his war chariot. That was why he had asked Glow to invite Santos to a banquet. But he didn't expect that before he could complete his plan, the claws of the Eternal Order's Scales Chamber of Commerce. No, it should be said that their fists had already arrived. Bang! 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 Although Vaprak was tall and had a violent personality, violent and cruel, in fact, the word brave had not appeared many times in his life. Seeing that his clone was about to be smashed apart, Vaprak forcibly pulled the divine power away from his body, thinking that it was better to lose less than it was to lose more. When Nalu finished using Heaven and Earth Reversal, and was about to use Cross Strangle to twist off his head as a trophy, Vaprak's incarnation suddenly collapsed and turned into a pile of rotten soil that emitted a foul smell. Looking at the remains left behind by the god, that looked like a small hill of rice fields, Neru could not help but take a step back. He even began to despise the nuclear-powered gloves in his hands because they had just come into close contact with that pile of filth. However, after calling the base of the scale of perpetual order and asking them to send people to clean up the battlefield, Neru did not leave immediately. He saw that some ogres and mountain giants who were originally loyal to Vaprak were now kneeling and kowtowing to him. What's going on? Neru felt that after this battle, he seemed to have awakened something, but he was not sure if it was an illusion. Looking at the kneeling ogres, the ogre could not help but scratch the sharp horn on his head. There were many things that he could not figure out. He felt that he had to ask Keys, Brew, or Neru for advice. Shanka reluctantly took out a strange item from her treasure pouch and put it on the ground. It was as long as it was vertical and had a strange symmetrical shape. It had 3 hands, 3 legs, 3 eyes, and a big mouth on top of its head. This is a special-shaped boat made from Elder Saul's stone monster. The leader of the demonic Granny army introduced the boat to the few Syrians beside her. We rode on it and swam from the soil to the domestication base without anyone noticing, because the Elder Saul's stone monsters once served the earth elemental goddess Galamba. When she was still at Aragami, these monsters are protected by the earth and cannot be detected by ordinary means. This way, they can sneak into anyone's treasure vault and steal precious metals and rare gems to satisfy their insatiable appetite. Just tell us how to use this thing. The siren diplomat impatiently interrupted Shanka's rambling. In her opinion, this was the occupational disease of the ghouls after years of selling fake goods. Okay, since you are in such a hurry. Shanka smiled awkwardly and corrected herself. She walked to the side of the boat and took out a scroll from the scroll pouch of the Elder Saul's stone monster. She pressed her finger on a circular rune drawn on the scroll and spun it a few times as if she was using a dial phone. The runes on the scroll then pieced together into a spell to activate the boat. Soon after, the large mouth on top of Saul's stone monster's adversity-crossing boat opened, and the spiral-shaped sharp teeth all stuck into its flesh, leaving a safe passage for the passengers. Shanka took the lead and led a few sirens, including the diplomat, into the spacious abdomen of the Elder Saul's stone monster. Although the boat had expanded to a diameter of more than 10 feet after it was taken out of the pouch, the sirens found that there was something else inside. The size of the abdomen of the boat was comparable to the meeting hall where they met Pharaoh and Ma Ko. In the center of the boat's abdomen was a pink brain in a glass container suspended in a fluorescent green solution. Beside, it stood a heavenly hound in a white robe. Its eyes were lifeless, and it didn't seem to be alive. Seeing that all the sirens had come in, Shanka quickly went to the brain. She first pressed a red button under the glass container, then picked up the 2 wires connected to the glass container and pressed the magnetic ends of the wires on the metal inlays on the temples of the Tengu's head. "This is one of my elders." Shanka patted the glass container containing the pink brain. Because she sold a dragon-slaying weapon in front of a red dragon noblewoman in human form, she was split in 2 by that evil customer. I tried to save her, but in the end, I could not save her. I could only take her brain out and recycle it. She will be driving us for the rest of the journey. Chapter 874. None of the Syrians, including the diplomat, believed a single word that Shanka said. They knew all too well what kind of evil creatures the Anababas were. Therefore, even though the leader of the Night Hag army spoke the truth, the Anababas were still wary of her, as if she was a thief. "It's time for us to depart." Tengu, who was connected to the brain in the vat, suddenly spoke. Her voice was as noisy as an owl's. No one knew if it was because of her original voice or because she was using Tengu's mouth to transmit her voice. "Yes, yes, yes," Shanka replied casually. Then, the ship, which had the appearance of Elder Saul's stone monster, began to tremble. It seemed that it had begun to dive deeper into the ground. The night had suddenly slapped her forehead. My bad. I forgot that there are other guests here. Grandma, you have to get some tables and chairs to entertain the guests." Before her voice trailed off, the belly of the ship, which was as round as a chicken's egg, suddenly emitted a series of soft popping sounds. A dozen short stools instantly rose from the floor of the cabin. The adversity-crossing boat shook even more violently. It moved through the soil like a ship riding the wind and breaking the waves. Shanka took the lead and found a stool to sit on. The rest of the Sierrians followed suit and found their own seats. The Sierrians did not notice that the leader of the night hag army had a cunning glint in her eyes. When all the passengers were seated, the inconspicuous stools suddenly rose. Dozens of fleshy tentacles suddenly sprang up from each of the stools. These tentacles had sharp thorns at the tip. They pierced through the four arms of the Sierrians in an instant, with a series of gurgling sounds. A large amount of yellow-green ointment was injected into their bodies. Anababa potion, soulless soup. Shanka stood up from the stool. Although the ship was still shaking, she was like a seasoned sailor. She constantly adjusted her pace and center of gravity to maintain her balance. The leader of the night hag army walked up to the Syrian diplomat who had always taunted and punished her, and slapped him. "You don't like it?" Looking at the Syrian diplomat who was unable to move after being injected with the Anababa potion, Shanka was instantly enraged. She used her sharp nails to gouge out one of his eyeballs and threw it on the ground. With a plop, she stepped on it and turned it into a meat paste. "I'll leave you an eye so you can take a good look at me." After saying that, the night hag ignored the defeated Syrian and turned to study the octagonal artifact on her chest. Ever since she was ambushed by the Syrians in the gray wastes, she had been thinking about how to get rid of this shackle. That Syrian diplomat relied on this thing to keep Sanka alive. This was also why Sanka only dared to torture her, but did not dare to kill her. If that Syrian diplomat was controlled by a spell or died in an accident, Sanka would never be able to get out of this boat for the rest of her life. Inside this old boat, as long as it remained submerged, Sanka would be protected by the agreement between Saul's stone monsters and the god of earth element, Sanka. Sanka could also be protected when she hid in the body of Elder Saul's stone monster. Other than the gods, it was basically impossible for other mortals to find her. Similarly, the necklace of concealment that the Syrians used to control her had also lost its effect. However, no matter what she did, even if she used a dagger to cut her own flesh, the nameplate of the necklace of concealment was still embedded in Sanka's flesh like an 8-clawed spider. Its 8 claws were firmly grasping her heart. The night hag army tried to gouge out her own heart and replace it with something else, or use greater recovery to save herself. But just as she was about to do it, she suddenly remembered the material of the nameplate. It was a fragment of the scale of the time dragon. Even if she gouged out her heart, what if the nameplate filled her chest with her heart the next second? Wouldn't she have gone through the gates of hell in vain? Damn it! Sanka tried again and again, but failed. She was so angry that she picked up the dagger and stabbed it into the Syrian diplomat's mouth. Then, she forcefully twisted the tongue-shaped ovipositor, which was the diplomat's reproductive organ. The tentacles that were tied to the diplomat's body hurriedly injected some ghost, which medicine that had healing properties into her body. This was the only way to save the Sierra diplomat's life. "My dear granddaughter, you seem to be in a hurry." Keek. Tengu, whose voice was like a night owl, saw Shanka's every move. If he could see the pink brain floating in the glass container, he could also recognize it. At this moment, the brain, which was the old grandmother of the leader of the night hag army, suddenly had a lot of thoughts in her mind. "Shut up, old witch." Sanka scolded. Tengu only laughed awkwardly, but it did not seem to be afraid at all. The night hag army stared at the brain in the vat angrily. She reached out her hand and pulled the dagger out of the diplomat's mouth. With a splashing sound, another puff of blood came out. "What are you up to now? Don't try to fool me. You know that I was taught by you." Keek. "That's right. My little Sanka is the most talented. Most of my abilities, you've already surpassed me. However, when teaching the younger generation, which night hag army doesn't hold back. Of course, I'm not an exception. My dear granddaughter, don't you want to listen to my advice? Why don't you beg me? Sanka ignored the Tengu's voice. She walked to the glass container that contained the pink night hag army's brain. She tore off her thin gauze clothes, revealing the wound on her chest that had already healed. What's the use of begging you? Do you have the ability to remove a magic artifact made from the body of a time dragon? Back then, you only made some fakes that imitated the body of a red dragon, and then you were cut into 4 pieces by a red dragon. You can't even deal with a red dragon. Time dragon, you must be dreaming. As she spoke, the night hag army pulled out a tube of potion from the interspatial pouch behind her, but the bright red solution kept churning up and down in the glass tube, seeming to be very active. This is a confession potion made from the devil pepper, a specialty of the 9 prisons of Bader. You taught me. Do you know what effect this thing will have if it's poured on a person, Grandma? She used her fingernail to twist open the rubber stopper on the glass tube. She shook it, and a plume of pungent smoke came out of the glass tube. The night hag army hurriedly moved it away from her body so that it wouldn't burn her eyes. However, she moved it away from her body and stretched out her hand to the top of the glass container. Looking at her trembling hand, it seemed that she was going to throw it down at any time. Take it away, take it away. The night hag army's brain hurriedly spoke through the Tengu. As the inventor of this potion, she knew very well how terrifying this potion was. Originally, she wanted to make a condiment that could be sold to the devil. However, she ended up making a magical potion that even the Batsu people couldn't accept. The potion was so hot that it could only be used to force a confession. Seeing that Shanka was unmoved, the night hag army could only reveal a few more things. Although I'm weak, I've imitated the body of a megalosaurus for so many years. You know this. Therefore, even if I'm not 100% sure that I can solve the time bomb on your chest, it shouldn't be a problem to make it less dangerous. However, you want to negotiate. Hearing her grandmother's words, Shanka suppressed the excitement in her heart. She still pretended to speak in a tone that was not a big deal. It's not impossible, but you have to give me a reason that can convince me that you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.